be starting soon. We will be starting soon. Welcome to the Rabbit Crime Network. Just sending out the rest of these notifications. Salute to the chat. Now hit the like button if you haven't already. All right. What's going on? Yeah, we getting ready. This is another one of those days. Yeah. It's another one of those days. All right. We about ready to start the show. All right. And we're here. Let me see. Just needs to go up a little bit. There you go. How we doing? Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Good evening. We have another episode of Rabbit Crime Network. We are watching parole board hearings once again. We're on to another parole board hearing. We have a couple cases today. We got a couple of them today. We're going to go over them. Be on the lookout. I should have a premiere coming out I'm not sure if it's coming out tonight or tomorrow morning. Well, we got more content coming out tomorrow as well on the Wabbit Crime Network. So, now that I'm here, let me shout out our members as usual. Want to give a special shout out to all the members, new and returning members. Get to it. All right. So let me give a big shout out to all the members. Evolve May, Tora Hayes, Mad Max 250, Sonya B, Draco, Toby Kaiwu, Shorty XOXO, T, Lovey Star, Roll Rich ENT, Queen of Three, Egon Breezeblock, Nene Faye, Sugar Bear, Lucy, Fats TV, Bree, Top Monster Gaming, Sheila B, Miss Eve, 27 Duren, Dad Tias, It Is What It Is, J Dub, Katana, Dana Maria, D Grant, Alif CJ, Kobe Knows, Distracted One, Gems Eye View, Long Live EA, Tesha Z's, Highly Favored, Uncle L, Go Getter, Relly Time TV, Sunrise 71, Steve A, Trey Spectives, and Courtney Peach. So big shout out to all the members. Big shout out to all the members. Thanks for all the support on the channel. We are ready for another one of those parole board hearings. Let me see. It's time for another one of those parole board hearings. Let me get this ready. Make sure everybody's in here. Make sure everybody's in here. So they ready. So they ready. So they are ready. Are you ready? So thank you guys for showing up. We have another one of those parole board hearings. Now, if you guys want to support the channel, you can support the channel through the Cash App or through the PayPal at Wabbit Crime Network. Either one of those on Cash App or PayPal. You can also hit the donation link at the top of the screen. That would also put a notification. Actually, the donation link at the top of the chat. That would also put a notification on screen of your donation with a thank you. You can do a super chat. That would also give a notification. And you can join the membership. Nightbot is also putting a direct link to the PayPal in the chat. So, we are here once again. We are here once again, ready for our court cases. I hope you guys got your magnifying glasses ready. I have to, I think I should, I'm trying to figure out what emojis to make. I need to make some specific emojis for the chat. I don't know if I should do a guilty and not guilty. I know I definitely want to do uh, some kind of magnifying glass, definitely. So, not exactly sure how I'm doing it or what, but I'll take any feedback, any ideas. You guys can um, check out the Wabbit Crime Network Discord, and you guys can put any feedback or any ideas in the general chat. I'm open to any feedback on any ideas on what you guys think the emoji should be. If you haven't already, join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. If you have not already, Nightbot puts the link in the chat. Also, the Discord is actually integrated with YouTube. So if you guys are members on my channels, if you integrate your YouTube with the Discord, your YouTube account, if you integrate it with the Discord, it'll automatically notice that you're a member on YouTube and allow you access to certain things that are only accessible to YouTube members. Speaking of that, we got to do movie night. Yeah, so I'm on the wrong thing talking about movie night. All right, moving on. We are at another parole board hearing. Audience participation is key. Audience participation is key. So this is how it's going to go. Together, we are going to watch a parole board hearing. The inmate is up for parole. He's at the parole board in front of a panel of judges who will interview him, and then they will vote and decide whether or not they will grant or deny parole. We are going to watch the interview. We are going to watch the entire process, and then I'm going to pause the video right before the judges vote, and then I will put a poll in the chat to ask the audience, do they think the judges will grant parole in this case? And I will drop that poll in the chat for 5 minutes, and I will then end the poll and read the results. Once I read the results of the audience, I will then play the results of the judge, the verdict of the judge, and see if the audience and the judges were in line. So you guys get your magnifying glasses ready. We are the jury. We are observing, and we're going to see if we and the judges makes the same decision. I will be in the chat with everyone until it's time to vote. Until then, let's get ready. Hold on, let's get ready. All right. All right. Once again, I want to thank everybody for the support, and we are ready to go. We are up for our first case, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, let's go.
Ms. Teresa, I'm waiting on your word to start. My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair the hearings today. With the other panel members, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise.
Good morning.
Jim, you're muted. Jim, the other member of the panel is Jim Wise. With the staff at headquarters, introduce yourself.
Teresa Dorn,
Leah Roten, Christy Kraft, Whitney Trostclair,
and John Poche.
Francis Abbott.
Thank you so much, staff. Our remote location today is the St. Mary Parish Jail with the staff at St. Mary's introduce yourself.
Lieutenant Hedges.
Deputy Mendoza.
Fred Kenner.
Thank you, St. Mary's. Our first case today is that of Frederick Purnell Kenner. Mr. Kenner, would you please introduce yourself and give your Department of Corrections ID?
Fred Purnell Kenner. 507555.
Thank you, Mr. Kenner. As you heard, my name is Alvin Roche. The other members of the panel is Mrs. Pearl Wise and Mr. Jim Wise. We're here for a revocation hearing this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kenner, do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
No, sir.
St. Mary's staff, in its file, do you have a questionnaire? It's a revocation questionnaire, and it was signed by Mr. Kenner on 2/27/2020. Is that available?
Yes, sir.
Would you put it in front of Mr. Kenner?
She has to go get it, sir.
Thank you. We'll wait. The last part of February,
Yes, sir.
and you pretty sure it was around the last part of February?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. When it gets here, we're gonna verify it, but I'm gonna ask you some questions first before it gets there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Have you been treated for mental health in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
And that was your answer on your questionnaire. Can you read and write?
Yes, sir.
And that was the answer on the questionnaire. Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
Yes, sir.
And that was your answer on the questionnaire. Do you want to speak on your behalf today?
Yes, sir.
And that was your answer on the questionnaire. According to question number 5, your monthly income, you were unemployed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you own property?
No, sir.
Okay. Look at the questionnaire and verify your signature. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kenner, you have been accused of violating your supervision. I'm going to read the charges. You have 4 options to plead not guilty with a statement, guilty with a statement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
This revocation is being held because you are accused of violating conditions as followed. Condition number 2, you failed to report in June of 2019, in July of 2019. How do you plead?
Guilty. Uh, I plead guilty. Those 2 months, but I received a call from our parole officer to come see her August 9th.
Okay. I'll allow you to make a statement when I finish reading all the charges, okay?
Yes, sir.
Condition number 4. On or about June 17th, 2019, you engaged in criminal activity when you committed criminal trespassing. This charge is pending in the 16th JDC. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty to that one, sir. Criminal trespassing.
Okay. On or about July 31st, 2019, you engaged in criminal activity when you committed domestic abuse battery, flight from an officer, entering and remaining in place or on land after being forbidden, traffic violations, and possession of drug paraphernalia, first and second contempt charges of these charges. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty, sir.
Not guilty. Okay, you can make
Yes,
it
sir.
on January 14th of 2020. You pleaded guilty to disturbing the peace and resisting officers. You pleaded to reduce charges of the ones I just mentioned. Is that correct? How do you plead?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Guilty?
Guilty. Yes, sir.
Condition number 8. On May 31st, 2019, you admitted to using synthetic marijuana. You are referred to a substance abuse treatment program, but you failed to provide proof of participation and completion. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Condition number 10. As of August of 2019, you have an arrearage of $3,213 toward your supervision fees. No payments have been made towards any of your monthly supervision fees. How do you plead? How do you plead?
Guilty, sir.
Okay, let's go to condition number 2. You failed to report in June and July of 2019. You want to make a statement?
Yes, sir. You can hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Well, yeah, I missed those 2 months, and I really don't have an excuse. It just kind of slipped my mind because I had, around that time I had something going on with my daughter. So I missed those 2 months, but I had talked to my PO, and she gave me a card to come see her on August the 9th.
Okay. How long had you been on probation at that point?
Um, say, well, I've been on parole since April 2015, but at that
Okay,
time
you
I
had
had
been
just
on,
new parole hours for.
sir, you had been on supervision for 4 years, since 2015. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's no way in the world that you have a 4-year routine that you forget your parole officer. Condition number 4, on or about you engaged in criminal activity, criminal trespassing. Would you like to make a statement?
Yes, sir. Well, the charges that was read, I think that was from like charges that was already like there was warrants for charges that me not paying fines for, sir. Like that
This,
wasn't new
this
charges.
charge is for criminal trespassing in June of 2019. Were those charges dismissed?
Well, yes, sir.
Okay, and how about the charges for domestic abuse battery, flight from an officer, entering, remaining in a place or land after forbidden, and the drug paraphernalia charges?
Well, the domestic and the flight from officers that was charges from that day, but the paraphernalia that was old charges for me not paying fines. That's why they were
Okay.
still on me, but that wasn't new charges. But for the domestic, I wasn't guilty of that. So
Okay, but you pled guilty to disturbing the peace, is that correct?
yes, sir.
And you pled guilty to resisting officer, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
And
sir.
was that a reduced charge from the domestic abuse charge?
That was what I was guilty of. If yes,
Okay.
it could have. Sir.
Okay. Number 8, you admitted to using synthetic marijuana.
Yes, sir.
How long had you used it?
For like 2 months.
After being on probation for 4 years.
Yes, sir.
Did you not know that was against the rules?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And lastly, you've been on supervision at least 4.5 years, and you have never paid a monthly supervision fee. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yes
sir.
or no? And in the 4
Yes, sir.
years, how many jobs did you have?
I've had 2.
And what were those jobs?
I was a tank cleaner for Grand Isle Shipyard, and I was a helper at Louisiana Custom Coat for sandblasters.
So you made good money. You made good money, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never paid.
All right,
money.
money.
You blatantly neglected to pay.
Yeah, it was all right. Yes, sir.
Beg your pardon? Mr. Kenner?
Well, not really. I never paid a supervision fee, but I just, yes, Yes, sir.
Did you feel that you had an obligation to pay those fees?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you feel an obligation to pay those fees?
I don't think you can hear me.
You still there, sir?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Kenner?
Yes, sir.
Answer my question.
Yes, sir.
Did you feel you had an obligation to pay those fees?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Why didn't you pay the fees?
Yes, sir. Well, honestly, at the time, sir, I could be honest. Like, I wasn't together. I wasn't together, sir. I just, well, like you said, I just neglected the pimp.
Thank you, sir, for being honest.
I honestly wasn't together at the time, sir.
Yeah. Ms. Wise, do you have any questions?
Good morning again,
Yes, sir.
young man. I see that while you're on supervision since your release in 2015 on the diminution of sentence, you had an opportunity to go to Blue Walters in 2018. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete Blue Walters?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good. Well, good. So this drug use has been ongoing over this parole supervision period, would you say?
Yes, ma'am.
And your officers gave you an opportunity to get treatment.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also had
Yes,
a
ma'am.
90-day. You also had a 90-day violation. What was that for? You went back and did 90 days.
Oh, no, ma'am. That was me doing 90 days in the program.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear on that. That's all I had, Chairman.
Mr. Wise.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kenner, I
Yes,
think you've been
ma'am.
just playing around with this thing for a long time. You've been on supervision 4.5 years. You're $3,213 behind in your arrears. And I think you've been taking this for a big joke. And then you said on June 19th through July, you was failed to report. I can see why you failed to report, because you was in and out of criminal activity during that time. And then they dropped all the other charges, reduced it to disturbing the peace and resisting an officer, or resisting an officer. And also you admitted to synthetic marijuana. Now, what do you think we're supposed to do when a fellow does? You failed all of these obligations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Roche.
Okay.
Hello? You can hear me, Mr. Wise?
Mr. Kenner.
Mr.
Would
Wise.
you like to?
Excuse me.
Mr. Kenner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's have some order, please.
Yes, sir.
At this time, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, sir.
What would you like us to know?
Yes, sir.
Make your statement, Mr. Kenner.
Well, like Mr. Wise, to be honest, for most of those Yes, sir. Well, before I came to jail, I was just starting to turn over, and since I've been in jail, I've switched over. I'm really fit for society now, sir. Like I'm ready to go out there and live a normal life. But like
Thank,
Mr. Wise,
thank you, Mr. Kenner.
yes, sir.
Is the panel ready to vote? Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, I'm ready.
Is the panel ready to vote? All right, guys, y'all know what time it is. Time to vote. Time to vote, y'all. Get y'all voting fingers ready. Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna bring it down to 3 minutes. I'm gonna bring it down to 3 minutes so that we can speed things up a little bit. So instead of 5, it's at 3. We got 3 minutes to get your votes in. What's going on here? We've got 3 minutes to get your votes in. This one seems pretty simple. This one seems pretty simple. Oh Lord, how was I able to type that in the chat? I don't know. Could have swore I could have swore I put that as one of the block words. How? I was still able to be typed in the chat. Let me see. Or maybe I didn't. Let me check my settings. What's up with my my computer's acting up. It is one of the blocked words. Why is it? I don't understand why I still let that word come through. I got blocked words, but I still was able to see it in the chat. I don't know why. I don't know why. Let me see. Maybe. Maybe. Sit, all right, our time is up. Our time is up. I hope you guys will get your votes in. I'm about to end the poll right now. The poll is ended. The poll is ended. What's happening here? What's happening? Things moving real slow. The poll has ended. The poll is now in the chat. We got 16 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 93% says no, and 6% says yes. Wow. All right. So overwhelmingly, y'all do not think this guy's going home. Nobody believes it. All right, so let's see what's going on. Judges,
Okay,
Yes.
I will vote first because the case was assigned to me. My vote is to revoke Mr. Kenner's supervision based upon guilty pleas to condition number 2, 8, and 10. And I'll find him guilty of condition number 4, which is criminal activity while he was on supervision. He pled guilty to disturbing the peace and resisting an officer. And based on his use of synthetic marijuana while on supervision, this leads me to no other decision but to revoke your supervision. Mrs. Pearl Wise.
Chairman, my vote is to revoke his supervision for the reasons you've already outlined. But I do want to say to Mr. Kenner that from 2015 to 2018, your officer got you in the blue waters, giving you an opportunity to clean yourself up, take advantage of the substance abuse program, but the drug use continued. That concerns me, and that needs to concern you. So my vote is to revoke as well.
Mr. Wise.
At this time, I vote to revoke on reasons stated by the panel today.
Mr. Kenner, you have received 3 votes to revoke your supervision. Your supervision has been revoked. You have a good day. This concludes our business at St. Mary.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir, the hearing is complete. It is over. This completes our business at the St. Mary Parish Jail. Time is 9:01 a.m. Thank you, St. Mary Parish.
oh man, you know he's upset. You know he's upset. Man. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first one's out the bag. That's it. That's all for him. That's it. That's all for him. We are,
I'm doing good.
we
Read.
are on to our next one. We are on to our next one. All right. As we know, if you want to support this page, you can support this page at Cash App and PayPal at Wabbit Crime Network. You can hit the donation link in the chat that will put a notification on the screen saying thank you with your name. You can also hit the Cash App and you can also hit the Super Chat, and you can join a membership on this page to support this channel many different ways. Nightbot is also putting a direct link to the Cash App in the chat and a direct link to the PayPal. Not a direct link to the Cash App, sorry. Direct link to the PayPal. Now, we are on to our next case. We are at a parole board hearing. An inmate is up for parole. The inmate will get interviewed by the parole board panel of judges. They will then decide whether or not they will grant parole or deny parole. Before the judges make their decision, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat for everybody to vote. The poll will be up for 3 minutes. And then I will read the results of the poll after 3 minutes. And after that, I will play the results from the judges and see if the audience was in line with the judges. So I will be in the chat until then. So we are on to our next case.
Tracy Nichols.
When she comes in, I'm going to get up and give her this seat, and I'm going to put myself off to the side.
Right. And Jackson, you have a real good connection. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Miss Tracy.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Would you please give us your full name and Department of Corrections ID.
Tracy D. Nicholson, P.O. Box 26.
Your Department of Corrections ID.
Oh, 567570. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's all right, Ms. Nicholson. My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair the panel today. With the other panel members, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Good morning.
And we also have some guests with us, Ms. Claudette Jones, Mr. Randy Meyer from the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office, and Ms. Lisa Keating. And who will be speaking in behalf of the victim, Ms. Teresa?
Miss Leslie Keating will.
Okay. And Ms. Keating, when I get ready for your statement, I will ask you to unmute your mic. Ms. Nicholson, let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we will allow the staff at LCIW to make comments if they wish. And then we'll allow Ms. Keating to make a statement on your behalf. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Roche. We have two victims in this case. Ms. Jones is also a victim. I think she wanted to speak. Will that be allowed?
That will be allowed.
Thank you.
Okay. And we will allow the support to speak first, then the opposition will speak after. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Ms. Nicholson, you are currently 46 years old, and you are a third felony offender. Your present offenses are count 1, theft. You were billed as an habitual offender. Illegal transmission of monetary funds, counts 2 to 85. Fraudulent acquisition of credit card, count 86. Unauthorized use of a credit card, count 87. And fraud, which is count 88. In all total, you have 88 counts in this indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were sentenced on 9/14/17. You were sentenced on count 1 to 13 years, 10 years for counts 2 through 86 and 88, and 5 years for count 87. Your parole date was 5/23/2019. Your adjusted good time date is 2/29/28, and your full term date 2/23/29. Does this information sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Your case has been assigned to Mr. Wise. Mr. Wise.
Yes, sir. Tracy, one of the things I want to ask you, have you had any disciplinary write-ups during the time of your incarceration?
No, sir.
Well, Tracy, I want you to tell the panel today, the money that you were getting, what were you doing with the money?
I was buying my materialistic things and drugs and treating other people.
How much money do you think that you got during that time?
Approximately 54,000.
54,000. How much have you paid back?
With the help of my family, I was able to pay 25,000.
So you still owe a good bit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The victims in this case, did you know the victims in this case?
They were my employer, and they did treat me as family.
So do you think your drug addiction is one of the reasons some of this came on, or what do you think caused it?
It's a big part in it, sir.
Well, as I go back on here and I look on your file, I see you are a third offender.
Yes, sir.
You being a third offender, what do you think? Is a lot of it been just drugs? As I go back on here, I see back in 2008, possession of cocaine. It's been a pretty good habit for a long time. Excessive fraud and illegal possession of stolen things less than $300.
Yes, sir.
10. And then in 10, another bank fraud, 2 counts, monetary abuse. And I guess that was refused. And then in 2010, you had some other charges. And it just goes on and on. Most of them's all the same charges. Was all of it because of drugs?
Yes, sir. I've been an addict since I was 15, and I really got bad off.
What is the?
And I just wasn't caught before 2008.
All right. What programs have you taken during this time?
First, I want to thank the board for not allowing me to be paroled out last June. I was able to do more soul searching. I took advantage of the victim awareness seminar. I completed my accountability letter to the victim, letting her know that I take full responsibility for my actions. And I sincerely apologize for all my wrongdoings. I also took advantage of all the self-help programs and rehabilitation programs here at LCIW. I've completed 2 in-depth substance abuse. I'm sorry.
Well,
I've completed parenting. I completed Celebrate Recovery. I completed Blackstone Paralegal program. I've completed anger management, and I'm currently enrolled in the STR program. And I just was administered the opioid oral medication in December of last year, and I'm still currently on it.
Okay. We went over a lot of this stuff here. If you had to say anything, you're saying it, say it to the board. Don't say it. Anything you'd like to say to the victims, but say it to the board.
Okay.
Anything you'd like to say to the victim?
Yes. I do understand, Ms. Keating, with the frustration and the devastation I placed on you and your company. And my goal is to finish paying you for me working for the money and pay you back the remaining balance I owe you. I know it don't make things right, but I do take responsibility of my actions, and I was wrong.
Okay. Well, your criminal history speaks a lot on the same. A lot of it's mostly the same thing over and over and over and over. And I think the judge tried to get your attention this time and show you that this is not a game you could play.
Exactly.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Mrs. Wise.
Thank you, young lady. You didn't mention on your programs that you have been taking some substance abuse programs, and I was glad to see that.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Call out for the record some of the substance abuse programs you've taken.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Call out for the record the substance abuse programs you have taken.
Okay, other than the substance abuse, correct?
No, call out these substance abuse programs that you have taken.
Helping women recover. When I was in Tulula for a short period of time, and helping women to recover here at LCIW. I've taken 2 in-depth ones. I've taken it twice at 2 facilities.
But good. I'm just glad to know that you have taken some substance abuse treatment programs and you having an opportunity to put that in practice. Now, explain to me your federal sentence. How is that going?
My federal sentence, I was sentenced to 1 year, and then I'm placed on a 3-year probation. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, and I know there is like a restitution. I'm just not sure of the amount. That my goal is to contact the federal probation officer if I am granted to get all that straightened out and get it on a roll.
So have you done that 1 year, or is that 1 year after this year? After you get it with?
No, ma'am, I've completed that 1 year.
Okay, but you have 3 years of probation with the federal along with your state parole. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I do want to indicate for the record that all your prior supervisions were revoked due to new felonies. Well, several of them were revoked. You completed 2, and then you had 2 of them that it was extended due to parole. With that being said, that you didn't do too well on supervision. I just wanted to state that for the record, and that's something you would have to contend with. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. At this time, would Ms. Jones unmute your mic? Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Would you please state your full name, your relationship to the offender, and give us the statement?
My full name is Claudette M. Jones. I don't know the lady, Miss Nicholson, at all.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Would you like to make a statement?
Yes, I was just asking for an apology. It seems like she has trouble with drugs or whatever, but you basically messed over me at a time when I was going through something, surgery, trying to get money to pay for my surgery, and you tried to take advantage of me. I wouldn't have been in that store if I didn't need help, and I come for help, and then you tried to mess over me. That made me feel very bad. And I mean, I just can't trust anyone. So I hope that you get help and you try to do better for your life.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Would you please mute your mic?
Okay.
Ms. Teresa? Ms. Teresa? Is it my understanding that Ms. Keating would like to make a statement, and she's a victim also?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. At this time, Ms. Keating, would you unmute your mic, give us your name and your relationship to the victim and to the offender, and give us your statement.
Yes, sir. My name is Leslie A. Keating. I am her former employer, a co-owner of Pioneer Gutters, where she worked. We're small, family-owned, operated business where we think of our employees as family, which is why this felt so personal to us. Ms. Nicholson came to work for us, unbeknownst to us that she was already on probation for embezzlement and that she had been a multiple offender. In a 3 months time period, she basically tried to bankrupt our company, put our employees out of work. And to this day, I can't trust employees. She was not high when she was at work. This is not a drug-related thing. She spent money on very frivolous items. And to try and she would flaunt it in front of us. She had cost us tens of thousands of dollars trying to get things back on track. You know, she negatively affected numerous lives, including her own daughter. Ms. Nicholson knows that being a model citizen in prison that looks good to the board, you know, for getting released sooner rather than later. I know she's showing emotion this year. Last year, she showed no emotion during the parole hearing. If she is released, she'll continue to prey upon others and she'll never learn. She hasn't learned to this point. As you know, she's a multiple offender. We would like justice for all of her victims, whether they're known or not known. And we ask that parole be denied. We also would like, when she's released, to receive restitution. And I did want to mention one other thing. She said something about an accountability letter. We've never received an accountability letter or any kind of apology.
Thank you, Mrs. Keating. Would you please mute your mic? Ms. Teresa, do we have anyone else to speak before Mr. Myers?
No, sir.
Mr. Myers, would you unmute your mic, please?
Yes, sir. Hello.
We'll hear from Mr. Randy Myers, Assistant District Attorney for Jefferson Parish.
Yes, sir. Randy Myers, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. We are also opposed to Ms. Nicholson's request for parole. She has a very, very poor supervision record, which suggests the same outcome if she is released now. Her criminal record is very extensive. She's been convicted of over 120 counts of various types of theft offenses. Only 2 of her convictions were for drug offenses. Very strong victim opposition, and still quite a bit of restitution is owed. The Tiger score showed she was a moderate risk assessment. And you know, I was looking back at the programming that she had taken, and she made the statement that she took advantage of all programs. But it appears to me from looking at the list that since this incarceration, other than pre-release, which is required of her to take, you know, she's taken a few courses, the last being in 2019. As she said, she was enrolled in another course right now. But it would appear to me that she would be taking more courses, more programming to try to rehabilitate herself than the ones that she's taken. So for those reasons, we are opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. At this time, Ms. Nicholson?
Yes, sir.
We'd like you to make a closing statement.
I want to take the time and tell the victim sincerely sorry. I apologize for my actions. And if I am granted parole, I will maintain all my NA meetings with my sponsor. I will maintain all my mental health and health appointments, and that I do have a new look on life now. And I'm ready for a new beginning. And I want to become a honest and clean, productive citizen moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholson. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jim?
I'm wondering, should we even vote on this one? I'm gonna let this one play out. Because we already know where this is going. We already know where this is going. So I'm gonna let this one play out, and then we'll get ready. We'll vote for the next one.
Wise. Mr. Jim Wise. Mr. Wise is having some problems now. Ms. Wise, would you vote?
Yes, sir. Young lady, I just want to commend you on the work that you have done on yourself. You're using drugs since age 15. You do have a long way to go. However, today my vote is to deny your parole because of the victim opposition, your poor supervision history, the law enforcement opposition that's been outlined with over 120 counts of theft, and 2 drug offenses. You have a moderate Tiger score, and you could benefit from more programs. And that is my vote.
Mr. Jim Wise.
At this time, I'm going to vote to deny because there's strong victims opposition, also law enforcement and district attorney's opposition, and your criminal history and poor supervision while you was on probation and parole the last time. Also, you have a moderate Tiger score. That's my vote.
Ms. Nicholson, I think the cast has been died. It's been laid. You received 2 votes to deny your request. I too must agree with my colleagues. It's especially because you have only served 4 years of a 13-year sentence. You have at least, you're a third felony offender, but you have at least 10 to 13 convictions, misdemeanors and felonies. You're an habitual offender. And for those reasons, I agree with my colleagues. You have received 3 votes to deny your request. Your request has been denied. You have a good day. This concludes this hearing.
Well, that concludes that hearing. That concludes that hearing. You know what? Now that I know that we got 1 and 2, I'm gonna put both of them on one video and premiere both of those cases so people can get access to these 2 cases directly. I'm gonna put them on one video where of both of her parole hearings. So I'm gonna have them on one video and put them out as a premiere, straight to the point. This is a good one to have so people can access this one directly. This is one of those cases where you might want to show somebody, hey, look at this case right here. So this way you'll be able to access it directly and get it. Yeah, I believe I'm kind of convinced they're gonna make her do 90% of her time. 90. All right, hold up. Shout out to the chat. Let's get to our next one. Get to our next one. Y'all ready? Oh, we ready. Y'all hit the like button if you haven't already. I don't know, for some reason, I don't know why, but some reason when I see this this inmate, I automatically just think of Westchester County, New York, 914. I don't know why, but for some reason, that's what comes to my mind. So here's how this goes. If you want to support this channel, you can support this channel through PayPal or through Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. You also can hit the donation link at the top of the screen and hit or hit the super chat. Either one of those will put a notification on the screen with your name and a thank you message. Nightbot also is putting a direct link to the PayPal in the chat, just in case you want to just click the link. You can also join a membership, because this channel has memberships. So those are all the ways you can support this channel. Now, here we are again, another parole board hearing. Inmate is up for parole. The panel of judges will interview the inmate, and then they will judge on whether or not they will grant parole. Before the judges do that, I will put a poll in the chat where the audience will vote whether or not they think the judges will grant parole. I will put the poll in the chat for 3 minutes. After the 3 minutes is up, I will then end the poll and read the results. And then I will play the judges' results and see if the audience was in line with the judges. So until then, I'll be in the chat, congregating with everyone else. And I'll be back when the judges are ready to vote. So let's go.
As the panel, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise. Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise. Good morning.
My name is Jim Wise, the Committee of Parole.
The three of us will compose your parole panel this morning. Let me explain the process to you.
Yes,
I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll allow the staff at LCIW to make comments if they wish. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a brief statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holland, you are currently 54 years old. You are a first felony offender. Your current offenses are cruelty to a juvenile, 2 counts. You were sentenced on 1/22/2018. You received a 10-year sentence for each count, and those are running consecutively. So your total sentence is 20 years. Your parole date is July 21st, 2020. Your good time date, 7/9/21, and your full term date, 7/5/35. Is that information correct?
Yes, sir.
Your case has been assigned to Ms. Pearl Wise. Ms. Wise.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Okay.
You holding out okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good to hear. Good to hear. I see you got 375 days of programs. Call out for the record 3 of the programs that meant the most to you.
Celebrate recovery, re-entry, and parenting.
Good, good. Those are good ones. Those are good ones. I see you had some hospital stays in 2019. How are you doing?
I'm good.
What was going on?
It was in my back, in my spinal, and I forgot what it was they call it, but
Okay,
I'm doing good.
Good, good. So what do you do every day? I mean, I'm sorry, before the pandemic, what were you doing every day?
Going to school, trying to get my GED and housekeeping.
Okay. I saw on the record that you had indicated that if you were successful today, your means of income was your disability. So what's the nature of your disability?
Oh, I was diagnosed with HIV.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, okay. All righty. Then coming down to the reason we are here, the nature of your offense. I'm going to read to you what the local law enforcement agency said. The DA said that horrific case of a parent neglecting care of her special needs child in order to collect government benefits for herself. Another law enforcement said, strongly opposed victim in addition to being a juvenile with special needs. And another law enforcement said, insufficient time served based on the sentence. And also the guardian who's keeping your child now, who's responsible for your child now, indicated that he is opposed as well as your child is opposed to your early release, indicating that your son continues to experience physical and emotional trauma. And so he is opposed. And that the child requires 24 hours a day, 7 days a week care. In face of all of that, what do you say? What do you have to say?
I take full responsibility of my crime and that I'm sorry for what I done. And if I could take it all back, to start all over again, things would be much better.
Okay. So what was going on in your life during this time? Who were you?
I wasn't me at the time. I was on drugs during that time. And they let the drugs took control of me.
What age you start using drugs?
Oh, I was like in my 30s.
Okay. That's relatively late for drug use.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So from high school to the 30s, what were you doing? What was your life like?
Ma'am?
From high school to the 30s, when you started using drugs, what was your life like?
It was better. It was better.
Okay. All right, Chairman, that's all I have.
Mr. Jim Wise.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Holland.
Sir.
How many children do you have?
6.
How many children were living with you at the time this incident happened?
2.
How old were the children?
Good.
I said, how old were they?
My baby was 15 and my daughter was 16, 17.
All right. Well, according to the police records and things that we looked at, the child was in your bedroom. How long did you, and he hadn't been cared for in a while, what was the reason? Had you been gone and somebody else keeping him? Or tell me what happened.
No, I was keeping him. I was with him.
Well, had you been on drugs or something, on a pretty big bend or something for a few days because of some of the actions some of the care that he was in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I read the report. It was just overwhelming, some of the details that they went through on this report. Now, tell me one thing. You were sentenced on 1/22/18.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been incarcerated?
I didn't get that.
Until now?
Since 2015.
Since 2015?
Yes, sir.
But you were sentenced. Why were you fighting the charge or something other, or why did it take so long?
Sir?
Why did it take so long before they sentenced you? Were you fighting the charge?
No, sir.
You pled guilty to this charge?
Yes, sir.
Or did they find you guilty?
The judge did on what I have done,
Okay.
on what I've had done.
All right. I don't have any other question.
Miss Holland,
Yes, sir.
was this your youngest child
Yes, sir.
and you raised him from a baby?
Yes, sir.
Were the other 5 found to be unnourished?
No, ma'am. No, sir. It was,
There was only one other child that was living in the house at the time. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
And what was the condition of that child?
He was handicapped and was a special needs child.
Okay. Both children with special needs?
No, sir. Yes, him.
Tell me the condition of the other child.
My daughter, she, she, she good. She healthy.
So she was getting 3 meals a day.
Yes, sir.
She was getting a bath every day.
Yes, sir.
You were dressing her and she was going to school.
Yes, sir.
Why was your baby son kept in isolation?
I was, like I said, I was doing drugs and I wasn't thinking, I wasn't in my state of mind.
But your 16-year-old was fine.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Madam Chairman, I have another question. I noticed, Ms. Holland, that they did the ACE survey on you to determine if you are a victim of childhood abuse or neglect, and you were not. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't grow up like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's what the ACE questionnaire indicated. And according to the records we have, that you have a good institutional record and you've had no write-ups. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to commend you on that you've had no write-ups. That's good. And you also completed Kairos in October of 2019. I think that was probably the last weekend they could do. Tell me what you learned from Kairos.
Oh, I learned a lot. I learned a lot.
Tell me 1 or 2 things you learned that really still stay with you.
Celebrate recovery.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you learned that in Kairos, Celebrate Recovery?
Yeah, I learned a lot. I really learned a lot since I was in Celebrate Recovery.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I had, Chairman.
Ms. Wise, that's why my line of questioning was because I looked at her ACE score and it was 0. She had no negative effects growing up, and I was just wondering why that one child was left untended. Because usually you see a ACE score of 5, 6, or 7 in these cases, but she had a score of 0. At this time, would the staff at LCIW like to make any remarks or comments?
Mr. Roche, no, sir. LCIW has no comments at this time.
Thank you, Warden Jackson.
Yes.
Ms. Holland, it's time for you to make a final statement. Please be brief.
Okay, like I said, I take full responsibility of my crime. And like I said, I was on drugs at the time. I wasn't thinking. And since I've been sober, I can see things more clearly and different. And if I could do it all over again, things would be more better than what it was before.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Are we ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to vote? All right. Hold on, let's get these votes in. This one, well, let me set the timer so that we can get these votes in. It's that time again, y'all. It's voting time. It's voting time. The votes in the chat. The poll is in the chat. We got 3 minutes. Let's get it. I said no. I say no. I say no. It's almost like they're not asking her enough questions about this case, man. And when Mr. Wise spoke about it, he said like the details in this case, it don't look good. It seems like it's an egregious story. They gave her 10 years. She gave her 10 years for 2 counts, run consecutively, 20 years altogether. This don't sound good. And Mr. Roche, he kept stressing the fact that why were the other 2 children treated better than the one who was disabled with special needs? And that leads me to think that she must have allowed some real egregious things to happen to the kid that needed extra attention, especially because she was on drugs and she probably got frustrated that she had to take care of him and possibly took out some frustrations on the kid. You know, yeah, I can't remember how much time they said she's been down already, but ma'am, they're gonna keep you in there. I'm strongly leaning towards they will keep her in there because she's blaming it on the drugs. However, I'm convinced that she was very aware of what she was doing because she had 2 other kids that they saying were pretty healthy. But then again, those kids were older. Granted, got to keep that in mind. But how long has she been on drugs? You know, did she just started when she had the last kid? Like, you know, she was starving him. No. You know, and for what? Why? So straight neglecting the kid. Yeah, we got 45 seconds, 42 seconds left on the clock. Get your votes in. Yeah, don't agree with that. Don't agree with that. And she's still blaming it on the drugs. I don't think she's being completely transparent on what was going through her mind at the time. Yeah. Thank goodness none of the kids died in the situation. But the trauma that they'll have to live with through some of that stuff is it's bad enough. It's bad enough. So we got 3 seconds, 2, 1, and time to end the poll. The poll is ended. We got 18 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 88% of the people said no. 11% says yes. So let's see what the judges have to say. Judges, let's go.
Ms. Wise.
Yes, sir. Ms. Holland, again, I want to commend you on the good programs and the good work you have done on yourself. Job well done. But I would like to see you get that GED before you get out because that's going to help you in terms of being able to find work.
Yes,
I'm not sure that HIV is going to be a reason for disability.
Mhm.
But today, due to the strong law enforcement opposition, as well as the victim opposition,
Yes,
and the nature of the offense, my vote is to deny today. Again, I would like to see you work towards your GED, see what they can do to get your GED prior to the next hearing. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Jim Wise. Mr. Jim Wise. Look like Mr. Wise is frozen. I will vote at this time, Ms. Holland, based upon all statements and reasons for her denial.
Can you hear me?
I will agree with Ms. Wise and I will vote to deny your request. Mr. Jim Wise.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Very, very strong victims opposition. Also, very strong law enforcement and the district attorney's opposition to this case. The nature of this crime also. And today I'm voting to deny. Thank you.
Ms. Holland, you have received 3 votes to deny your request.
Mm-hmm.
Your request for early release has been denied. You have a good day.
Thank you.
This completes all of our cases at LCIW. You have a good day, Warden.
Well, there you have it. Another one in the books. Another one down. We have gotten through another one. Another one. I want to thank everybody for their participation. You know, it is very much important for the process. Um, you know what? Judge Marabella and Jim Wise, they two different ones. They two different. Marabella, he ain't no joke. Judge Marabella ain't no joke, man. So if you want to support this page, you can support this page at Cash App and or PayPal at Wabbit Crime Network. There's a donation link at the top of the screen. The donation link and the super chat will get you a notification with a thank you on the screen for your donation. Nightbot is putting a direct link to the PayPal in the chat, so if you just want to click the link for the PayPal, is there. And we have memberships. You can also join a membership on the Wabbit Crime Network. All right. So we are at the parole board hearing. Inmate is up for parole, and they are in front of the parole board panel of judges, and they will be interviewed, and then the judges will vote and decide whether or not they will grant or deny parole. Before the judges get to their vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat and ask the audience, do they think the judges will grant parole in this case? The poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes. And then I will end the poll and read the results from the audience. And then I will play the results from the judges to see if the audience and the judges was in line. So I'll be in the chat until then. And we will be interacting. I'll be back when it's time to vote. So we're on to our next case.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
He can hear you.
Would you please introduce yourself?
I think so.
With the staff at Orleans Parish Jail, introduce yourself.
Y'all can hear
Yes.
me?
And the officer in the back? Thank you. We're at Orleans Parish Jail to have two revocation hearings. The first hearing is that of Kenneth Singleton. Mrs. Singleton, would you please introduce yourself, give your full name, your Department of Corrections ID?
I'm Kenneth Singleton, 120967.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair your revocation hearing. With the other members of the panel, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise.
Mr. Wise?
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Thank you. We have some.
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. We have other guests. I understand we have at least two attorneys and a social worker. With attorneys, unmute your mic and introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Harris Gassery. I am the reentry and civil attorney at the Orleans Public Defender's Office.
Thank you. And you will be given a chance to make a statement. Would you please mute your mic now? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is James Hofkin. I'm a staff attorney at the Orleans Public Defenders.
Thank you. Is there anyone tuned into the hearing?
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. My name is Brian Lars. I'm a reentry social worker with the Orleans Public Defender's Office.
Thank you. And you will be given a chance to make a statement. Would you please mute your mic? We have two attorneys from the Public Defenders Reentry Program, so I will allow one of those attorneys to make a statement, and you decide who's going to make the statement. Okay, back to you, Mr. Singleton. Do you understand that you're here today for a revocation hearing?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
No, sir.
With the staff at Orleans, do you have a revocation questionnaire for Mr. Singleton? If so, please put it in front of you. Okay. While we are getting that revocation questionnaire, I want to ask you a couple of questions, okay? Did you have a attorney at your preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir.
And you evidently have an attorney for this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Can you read and write?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you employed at the time of your arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's wait until you get that questionnaire, and I will confirm that you signed it and you didn't date it, but I have a date of the witness, and I need you to verify that questionnaire, okay? Mr. Singleton, you have to talk just a little louder because of the mask.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm waiting for the officer to retrieve your questionnaire so you can verify.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you remember filling out that questionnaire?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you remember signing that questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
And you just forgot to date it, right? So I'm going to start asking you questions, and then you can verify that questionnaire once it comes. Have you been treated for mental illness in the last 5 years?
I believe my response to that question was no.
Yes, it was. Can you read and write? The answer was yes. Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
Yes, sir.
And you answered yes. Do you want to speak on your own behalf?
Yes, sir.
And you said yes, but you do have an attorney who's representing you. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
When asked about your monthly average income, you said it varies from month to month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the last question was, do you own any property?
No, sir.
And the answer was no. And you signed it, and it looks like the witness signed it on February 3rd, 2020. Is that about right? Okay. Now, would you please answer these questions for me? Did you request appointed counsel at your preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir.
And you requested a counsel for this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And you are eligible? Yes. Okay. Now, I have to wait for that questionnaire until I get to the next phase of your hearing.
Yes, sir. Okay, parole package. Having me go to the tip to my cell and look under the bed. It's a round clap.
Mr. Poche of my staff, am I permitted to go on at this point without the questionnaire?
Are they going to get it, Mr. O'Shea?
They're going to retrieve it right now.
Okay, I mean, if you want to proceed, and you know, until they get it, and if they happen to not get it for you, we can stop it at that point.
Thank you, Mr.
O'Shea. Can we send them a copy of what we have? Do we have a copy of it?
We have a copy of it on the
Mr.
file.
Can we share? Can we put it on a shared screen, John, and show it to him on the screen? And then also ask him to go ahead and get the other guy if we're waiting on his too. Mr. O'Shea.
Yes, Mr. Wise. Yes, Mr. Wise.
Mr. O'Shea.
Yes, Mr. Wise.
Yeah, he's got a counsel there. I said he has his counsel there. Just asked his counsel to be.
Okay. Counsel, is it all right that we proceed until we get the questionnaire?
Yes, I think we should be able, it'd be fine proceeding without the questionnaire.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Singleton, unmute your mic, please. Okay, you are here for a revocation hearing because you have been accused of violating the conditions of your supervision. The charges are, and you have an option to plead guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty with a statement. You understand the options?
Yes, sir.
Condition number 4, you engaged in criminal activity while on parole, which is indicated by your arrest on the charges of second-degree battery and domestic abuse by strangulation in New Orleans, Louisiana. On January 14th, 2020, you pled guilty to the charge of domestic abuse battery and was sentenced to 150 days in parish prison. The charge of second-degree battery was now pressed. How do you plead?
Plead guilty to the charge as stated.
The domestic abuse battery charge.
Yes, sir.
And not guilty to the second-degree battery and domestic abuse by strangulation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Mr. Roche.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna screen share out his questionnaire to all of y'all. So if you just want to acknowledge his signature, and then we'll go back to the format.
Thank you. Mrs. Singleton, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
It is your signature, and you verified all information that is above.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Thank you, Mr. Poche. Okay. So now you pleaded guilty to the original charges and pled guilty to the plea to domestic abuse battery. Would you like to make a statement?
Yes, sir. At this time, I would like to throw myself at the mercy of this board and explain the reason behind my pleading unto this charge. I take full responsibility for my actions. I am not one to do something and then it's like throwing a rock and trying to hide your hand. After this charge, I went to my parole officer and I made my monthly report, and I stated it in the report that I had caught a domestic situation and I was working on it. However, I was brought back in because I didn't know that I was not supposed to bond out on the charge. Okay, and it's like I explained to my PO and my attorney, I'm not one that's striving to be or pretend to be a saint. I'm human, and I know that I have flaws. I'm subject to error here or there. But what I'm doing is I'm striving, every day to put my best foot forward and to do what is right within that contract that I signed, with the parole board to, have my freedom, whereas I can start to lead a more productive life out here as a citizen. I apologize to the board for having found myself back in the system, once again, for such, an offense. And at this time, I'm asking that, I'm asking for y'all forgiveness.
Now, Mr. Singleton, did you get advice from your attorney before you pled guilty to domestic abuse battery?
Excuse me, sir?
Did you get legal advice from your attorney before you pled to domestic abuse battery?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you aware that pleading to a violent misdemeanor is a revocable offense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand.
When you plead to a simple misdemeanor, which is a non-violent offense, it's not a revocable offense. But once you pleaded guilty to a violent misdemeanor, it became a revocable offense.
Yes, sir.
And plus that you were on supervision for another violent offense.
Yes, sir.
It shows a history. It shows a pattern. Now, I understand that your wife has some disabilities. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who videoed the actual offense?
I believe it was a surveillance by way of the gas station we had pulled in.
Okay, so this was done in the public, not at your home.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jim Wise, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir, I
Mr.
do. Mr. Singleton, back in 2018, you come before parole. I chaired on that when you were released off of parole. You remember that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, I want you to shoot straight with me on all this. I know that what we have here, and had you got back on any drugs or anything like that? Drugs ever a problem on this?
I had slipped and got into the drug thing, but I was, you know, it was like my wife, we were going through a rough time. We had a debt hit the family. We were put out of our home we had a 30-day notice. And it was like a lot of pressure was building up because we didn't really have anywhere to go. And by my being the only someone there to vent with, you know, she was like ranting and ranting. And I was like, you know, I'm tired of hearing it. If we can't get the body to put it to rest, let's let it go, you know. So, but you know, what I'm saying, Mr. Wise, is it's not about that situation. It's basically about me, and I am accepting full responsibility for, you know, my actions as, you know, and I really appreciate your, you know, being there and granting me my parole on the last board, Mr. Wise. I looked at and you know, I am, you know, one, like I said, to accept full responsibility for what I've done. You know, I'm not trying to find problems.
All right. One of the things when you came up for parole last time, you signed this and it says, "I will not engage in any criminal activity or will I associate with people who are known and involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars, casinos, and refrain from any kind of illegal drugs or alcohol." And one of the crimes that made it, you spent 150 days in jail, I think, on the jail sentence because it was reduced from a second degree to domestic abuse. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Singleton, have you taken any kind of program or anything since you've been in jail?
We've been like in and out. What I've been doing is mentoring a lot of the guys on the tier. However, they have other programs that's already within the system, but it's for basically like for juveniles. You have the juvenile education program, what have you. I'm not really allowed to move around in this system as I was in the penal system.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Roche. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Mrs. Pearl Wise.
I have no questions, sir.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to let the social worker have a brief statement before one of the attorneys closes it out with a statement. And give your name and your position and your relationship to the offender.
Yes, Mr. Roche, thank you for having me. My name is Brian Lars. I'm a reentry social worker with the Orleans Public Defender's Office. So I don't know if the board have a copy of the letter that I submitted. We
do.
Yes, sir. So the most important thing that I would like for the board to consider is that Mr. Singleton has the support of an entire reentry team as opposed to when he was released in 2018. This team consists of 4 social workers, an attorney, a paralegal. So when I met with Mr. Singleton at OJC, I completed a thorough biopsychosocial on him, and I discovered some underlying issues that went on unmet. So I'm hoping that the board will consider those things. And I detailed a plan to help Mr. Singleton. This is some personal disclosure. I have some personal experience like Mr. Singleton as it relates to substance use, as it relates to incarceration, and so that's why I detailed this HIP plan, and I think that I mean, our team has been doing some amazing work. We were newly formulated back. We've been operational now about probably a year and 4 months or something like that, and we've been doing some amazing work. And and I recognize that Mr. Singleton hadn't had the opportunity to get the support that's needed. I identified those things, and like I said, I detailed a plan to address those needs, and I just hope that the board will consider allowing our team to assist Mr. Singleton.
Okay, I have one question. How long were you working with Mr. Singleton prior to his arrest?
Mr. Singleton was most recently added to my caseload. And like I said, when I met with him initially, I completed a biopsychosocial on him. And I discovered
my question was, how long have you worked with Mr. Singleton prior to his arrest?
I haven't been working with him. Maybe I met him maybe about a month ago or 2 months ago.
So
he was incarcerated.
Your work started with him after his arrest.
After this offense. So I hadn't had the opportunity to work with him at all.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Would you mute your mic?
Yes.
Would one of the attorneys for the Public Defender's Office in Orleans Parish unmute your mic and give your name, your position, and the statement you would like to give for Mr. Singleton?
Yes, Harry's Gassery here. Once again, I am the reentry attorney for the Orleans Public Defender, so I don't do any criminal defense representation. I specifically work with folks who are reentering society, and I too began working with Mr. Singleton about 6 months after his arrest. And when I saw that, I thought that his issue was pretty dense. I asked Mr. Lars maybe about a month ago, if he could assist as well, and he immediately began working with Mr. Singleton. So none of us worked with him prior to his arrest. The points that I would like to make is just that on his own, after being released in 2018, Mr. Singleton was attempting to work hard to successfully reenter. He gained employment, I believe, pressure washing barges, and created an enterprise of his own, doing some, I guess you would refer to it as catering. But once again, he wasn't supported. He was kind of out there by himself. At least he didn't have the support that our office, could offer. He immediately took accountability of his actions. Firstly, he went into the first 72 and expressed, great contrition about his actions. He actually, after he was arrested, was allowed to bond out. So probation and parole didn't catch that. He went into, his parole officer's office and let his parole officer know, hey, I've been arrested. And then at that point, his parole officer placed a hold on him, and he's obviously been incarcerated since that hold was placed on him. He was out maybe a day or so, or a short period of time, and then he's been incarcerated since then. So almost a period of 10 and a half months. With that being said, he's been incarcerated more than the amount of time that he would be incarcerated had parole not been an issue, for pleading to a misdemeanor domestic battery charge. Also, I'm just looking at the amount of time that he would have left. My job was created it was created by the JRI grant, specifically because a couple of years ago we realized that folks getting out needed support. And I'm looking at his age. He's approximately 52, 53, looking at approximately 24 to 26 years, his mid 70s. And I think that if he is allowed, if his parole is not revoked, then with the support of our office, instead of society basically missing his contribution for the next decade or so, really past the average American male lifespan, that with the support of our office, he can successfully re-enter into society. And he'll be supported by me and a team of social workers, and Mr. Larch here actually has a really good network of social workers, social support organizations, whether or not it be, addiction counseling or anger management, different classes within the city of New Orleans that could really serve as a system of support for Mr. Singleton. And lastly, I would also like to say, because Mr. James Hopkins, who was his defense attorney for the domestic charge, he's sitting there and can't speak, but I would like to say that he also expressed that Mr. Singleton, certainly took accountability for his actions, but after a clear review of the evidence, we did not think that there was enough evidence to suggest that it was felonious, and Mr. Hopkins thought it was in his best interest to go ahead and plead to the misdemeanor domestic abuse battery. And we understood the legal liabilities for the parole board, but we're looking forward to this, a chance to be able to talk to you all about why he shouldn't be revoked. So.
Thank you, Counselor. Would you please mute your mic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, we'd like Mr. Singleton to make a closing statement. Unmute your mic, Mr. Singleton.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Members of the board, again, as I stated earlier, I humble myself before this board, and it deeply saddens me to have to be back before the board on such a situation. Mr. Wise, I apologize unto you. I apologize unto you, Mr. Rose and Ms. Wise, for not just letting the board down, but also I am apologetic.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Is the panel ready to vote? Is the panel ready?
Yes, yes.
All right, is the panel ready to vote? Is the panel ready to vote? Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. So, timer is starting and the poll is in the chat. We got 3 minutes. Get your votes in. Will the judges grant parole in this case? This one can go either way. I mean, technically, it's a no for me. It's a no, basically based on everything they said before the social workers and the attorney spoke. After they spoke, the possibility of him getting parole got higher. The chances of me thinking they're gonna give him parole got much higher. So I'm a little bit more hopeful for him. However, I'm looking at it like this. He's still gonna get revoked, but somebody's gonna grant him parole. Somebody's gonna say yes, but 2 other people gonna say no. That's where I'm at with it. I think he might have won over. I think that the lawyers and the support group, I think they might have won over 1 or 2 of the judges, but I don't think this one is going to be unanimous. I think this one might be a 2-1. I think I say Miss Pearl might say yes. I think Miss Pearl might say yes. You know what? She didn't have no questions before the attorney spoke. So I think she probably already was gonna say no. I think she was already gonna say no. But I think that the stuff that the last guy said, I think the last guy made some valid points, man. He made some valid points. But those points could apply to anyone. You know what I mean? in this particular case, this guy here, I don't know if all this stuff applies to him. I don't know if he might not go home and strangle somebody. I'm not sure he won't go home and strangle somebody. You know, sometimes they gotta leave this stuff alone, man. We got uh we got 30 seconds left on the clock. The support man try to mislead the board. Hey, he's doing his job. He's doing his job. He made a good argument for him, though. Compelling argument. Very compelling. You think Miss Pearl gonna be the split decision? Hey, you never know. We got 10 seconds. Yeah. We got 5 seconds. And it's time to end the poll. All right. We got 15 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 60% of you said yes, 40% said no. So it's pretty much a pretty close decision here. So let's see what the judges got to say to this one. Judges?
Yes.
I will vote first because this is my case. This is sort of a special revocation hearing for me because he's found some assistance, but Mr. Singleton was given a golden ticket. He was granted his parole, I think in 2016 or 2018. And he had some 28 years left on a armed robbery sentence that was also a violent offense. He was made aware that he would be on supervision for a very long time, until 2044. And he, in public, violated that contract of his supervision by committing a violent offense against a family member, his wife. He pleaded to a violent misdemeanor. He was on parole for a violent offense. At this very hearing, he admitted to using drugs while on supervision. For those reasons, my vote is to revoke his supervision. Mr. Wise.
Okay, I want to ask, I was going to ask you and I never heard him. I just kept waiting to hear this. What about the relationship between you and your wife right now?
We're in a good place. We talk every day. When I call, we often open up with prayer. We, are definitely, striving to get our marriage back on track, and whatever it takes, so for us to get past this, because
how many children do you have?
I have 3 children and my wife has 1.
Okay, that is a very serious crime you've done. How long have you been incarcerated so far on this time?
I think 10 months, maybe 11 months. Somewhere.
All right, 10 or 11 months. Let me tell you something. You had a golden opportunity with all that, but I know we sat here and hashed this 100 times, but I'm going to tell you what I do. In lieu of education, I want you to go to a anger management class. Anger management class. And I want your counsel. Counsel, can you hear me?
Yes.
To make sure that you walk the straight in there. I'm just one vote, but today in a little revocation, I want you
to go to an anger management class. Thank you.
Mrs. Wise.
Mr. Singleton, I've listened today. I'm very concerned, very concerned. You knew better. You knew better, and you have not been forthcoming about your drug use and your drug influence. And that was unfortunate. But I'm willing to take a chance on you with the support of the Orleans Parish Public Defender's Office. So in lieu of revocation, my vote is, I concur with Mr. Wise that you cooperate with the Orleans Parish Public Defenders Program, and that you, under your program, ensure that he takes an anger management class and be continued on supervision. And with the added condition, sir, that for the first 4 weeks, you report weekly to probation and parole. That is my vote.
We have received 2 votes in lieu of revocation that you attend a, Jim Wise, is that before release or after release?
Before released. That's what I want. Before release, anger management before release.
Okay. In lieu of revocation, that you attend a anger management class or program approved by the DOC and complete that program. Mr. Poche?
Yes, sir.
Is the regular majority vote in line with a violent offense?
Yeah, for revocation, we go with majority.
Okay. Whether it's violent or non-violent?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am willing to amend my vote if we could add a substance abuse program to that anger management. He admitted to using drugs while on supervision. And I think we need to give this young man all the ammunition that we can, because we don't want to see the young man sitting in that chair again. So I feel an obligation to give him as much ammunition as possible. And I would amend my decision if we could add a substance abuse program to that anger management. Is it
I agree with that.
I concur.
Go ahead and do it. He can probably get one class and they both be involved in it and get that behind him. But let me tell you something, whatever you get today is going to be better than 28 years. I can tell you that, young man.
Yeah. And I think those can be done simultaneously. You can take the anger management and the substance abuse at the same time. So basically, I will amend my decision from revoke to in lieu of revocation, that he attends and completes before release an anger management program and a substance abuse program approved by DOC.
Yes, Mr. Wise, and also once he's released, 2 additional conditions. 1, he cooperates with the Orleans Parish Public Defender Program. The social worker has already laid out some mandates. You cooperate with that. Those become a condition of your supervision, to cooperate with your social worker and the whole Orleans Parish Public Defender Program. And
Ms. Wise, would you put all the conditions on your sheet?
I will.
Now
Yes,
we'll do the same as Ms. Wise.
Yes, and the second, it was that you report weekly to probation parole for the first 4 weeks when your feet hit the ground and you're released.
Okay. Mrs. Singleton, it's not very often that any individual receives 2 golden tickets. This is your second. please take full advantage of the anger management, the substance abuse, so that it will alleviate the problems that you're having. And then after release, please take full advantage of this public defenders program that you're so blessed on having such a program to advise you and to counsel you and to keep you out of trouble. Mr. Singer, the decision of the committee this morning is, in lieu of revocation, you complete a DOC approved anger management and substance abuse program. You have a good day.
Thank you, and you all.
This completes the revocation hearing for Mr. Singleton.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Man.
Thank you.
Wow. Wowzer. Wowzer. So you mean to tell me that was interesting? That was interesting. I think I learned some things. So Mr. Roche ain't really like that. Mr. Roche ain't really like that. He was asking, he's like, yo, does the majority vote rule, is that in effect today? Does that apply today? I didn't even know they could. So they got time. So depending on the case, majority vote rule can be in effect or not in effect. I'm like, oh, I did not know that. I didn't know that. So that was interesting to find out. There's certain times when majority vote is not in effect. You get one vote, you out of here. One time. So that's interesting. That is interesting. So I guess for more violent crimes and more serious crimes, one vote. if it's not unanimous, you out of here. Wow. Roche wanted to see if he could, he wanted to see if he could get his vote to override all their votes. I was like, wow. That was interesting. Thank you guys for the participation on that. Yeah. We got another one. So if you want to support this page, you can support this page at Wabbit Crime Network, at Cash App, and or PayPal. You can hit the donation link at the top of the chat or the super chat, and both of those will put a notification with a thank you message on the screen. There's a direct link to the PayPal from Nightbot in the chat. You can also join a membership on the Wabbit Crime Network. We got memberships. Now, this is how this works. We are at a parole board hearing. The inmate is in front of a panel of judges, and they will interview him or her, and then vote on whether or not they will grant or deny parole. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat where the audience can vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole in this case. And for 3 minutes, I will have the poll in the chat, then I will end it and read the results. And then I will play the results of the judges and see if the audience was in line with the judges. Sometimes they are, sometimes they are not. Let's see. You get your vote in and see how in line you are with the judges. So get your magnifying glasses ready so that y'all can investigate and pay close attention to the case. I will be in the chat until then. Congregating with everybody until it's time to vote. All right. So we on to our next case.
Who's here and who's participating? Demetria Handy. She is the girlfriend and she's in support and she'll be speaking on his behalf.
Hey, Deputy, thank you.
So much.
Thank you, Teresa. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Handy. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. Doing better.
Mr. Handy, we cannot hear you.
I'm all right, sir. I'm doing better since Corona.
Would the staff at Orleans turn the mic up? Mr. Handy,
Yes, sir.
you have to talk louder, Mr. Handy.
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
I can barely hear you, Mr. Handy.
Can you hear me now?
It's better. Mr. Handy, would you give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Wayne Handy, 547-664.
Can we adjust the mic so you would increase the volume?
We don't have a mic, sir.
Oh, now I can hear you very good. So, Mr. Handy, you guys are talk loud.
Wayne Handy, 547-664, sir.
Okay. Mr. Handy, you need to sit down because we can only see your chest. Okay. Mr. Handy, you're here for a revocation hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair that hearing. The other members of the panel, would you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise.
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Okay. Mr. Handy, do you have a revocation questionnaire on the table by you? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that revocation questionnaire, is all the information correct?
Yes, sir.
So tell me why you refused to sign that questionnaire.
I can't even remember, sir.
You can't even remember why you refused to sign the questionnaire.
No, sir.
Is all the information correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are here for a revocation hearing because you have been accused of violating your supervision. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I have another series of questions. Yes or no? Did you request an permanent attorney for your preliminary hearing?
No, sir.
Did you request a lawyer for this hearing?
No, sir.
Thank you. Now, you have been accused of violating your supervision by violating condition number 4. You have an option of pleading guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement. Do you understand your options?
Yes, sir.
Condition number 4, in that you engaged in criminal conduct on or about July 25th, 2019, by committing the offenses of aggravated assault with a weapon, battery on a dating partner, domestic abuse, child endangerment, simple criminal damage to property, and theft under $1,000. On February 10th, 2020, you pled guilty to 3 counts of domestic abuse battery and 1 count of simple criminal damage to property and 1 count of simple assault, 1 count of theft under $1,000 in Orleans Parish Criminal Court. Is this correct? How do you plead?
I plead guilty with a statement, sir.
Okay. Okay, let's have your statement, Mr. Handy.
I pleaded guilty in criminal court to all misdemeanor charges, and I was told that I would not be have to see the board on a misdemeanor, that I cannot be violated for any misdemeanors under the state law.
Okay, who gave you that bad advice?
I had an attorney that stepped in for me. Her name was Jennifer Hall for the OPD office.
Okay, and you took her advice?
Yes, sir, because she studied law and I don't know nothing about the law. I don't know. I didn't go to school for law, sir.
Okay. How long had you known this attorney before you took her advice?
My attorney was Mr. Mark Belf.
No, how long did you know the attorney that gave you the advice before you took her advice?
Probably like no longer than 5-10 minutes.
Okay. She gave you some bad advice simply because pleading to a violent misdemeanor and domestic abuse battery, simple assault are violent misdemeanors. The other 2 misdemeanors, theft and criminal damage to property, are non-violent misdemeanors. All violent misdemeanors are revocable. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, but I have just found that out after I pleaded out, and I've been requesting for my lawyer and them to come see me since, and I also requested for my lawyer
So you knew that before I just mentioned it to you?
I heard, yes, I have heard it because on my hearing, I had like a debate with my parole officer, because I was under the impression that I wouldn't have to see no parole officer, I'd see the board. So we did have.
Now, what offense are you on parole for?
I believe it's like a aggravated battery.
So it's another violent offense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we do have understanding. And at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Jim Wise if he has any questions.
Yes, sir. One of the questions I have for you, have they ever sentenced you or anything on this charge yet?
So this charge right here, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, I received 6 months OPP, and they issued me a release on 2/10.
Yeah, 6 months.
Yes, sir. And I've been in jail for a year.
For how long?
for a year, sir, and I have suffered for corona back here for I don't even know I'm supposed to be. I thought I was supposed to be free, and I ran and took this situation with this corona.
Okay, but you got to do 6 months on those charges that you had.
Yes.
How long were you on parole? How long have you been on parole for your aggravated battery?
I've done like 6 years, and altogether it's been like I'm almost finished the parole. Like I'm almost done with the 10-year sentence, sir.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
Mr. Wise, he was good time paroled on 7/29.
7/29.
One second. No, that was it. That was the date of arrest.
I believe it was November the 22nd of 2017.
17. So
Yeah,
he had
right.
been on parole for about 18 months.
Right, and the offense was July 25th of 19. Is
Yeah,
that
but
correct, young man?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you were saying 6 years. It hadn't been no 6 years you've been out.
No, I have done like 6.5 years in jail, almost 7 years.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Wise, would you continue your questions?
Yes, sir. You said that you've been in jail since July 25th of 2019 for this arrest. Is this correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had been out, right at 2 years on parole for a very for the aggravated battery charge when this incident happened. So tell me what is going on with you.
Ma'am, be honest with you, ma'am, I'm really is an innocent man that's standing in front of y'all today. And I had just problems with my ex-girlfriend, and everything that I had for the courts was really for my goods, and that's the reason why that all my charges got out and they granted me my release. They told me that they didn't want to go to trial. They didn't want to go to trial, but they didn't want to release. They didn't want to just release me for nothing. They didn't want to release me for nothing. And they said if I'll go to trial, that I'd be looking at 20 years to life. So I took the misdemeanors and was granting me my freedom, man.
Okay, so you pled guilty to domestic violence misdemeanor, but you're maintaining that you didn't do anything. You're an innocent man.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you. Would Miss Demetria Handy please unmute your mic?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Would you please give us your full name in relationship to the offender?
My name is Demetria Mikael Edmondson. I'm his girlfriend.
Okay. Would you please give us a statement?
Well, first I do want to expand on what he was saying with him being innocent, because the incident, I was actually there when it happened. And she turned out and left and called the police from her house and flipped the whole story as if he came around there, but that never happened. And I just want to say that he really was working on himself. Like he got a job, and he was taking care of his son. He have a 10-year-old son, and it's been kind of hard, honestly. Especially knowing that he's innocent, like that's the hardest part of it, and seeing him have to like go through the justice system, and I feel like it kind of failed him a bit. because they had no evidence. Like when they arrested him with no evidence. They put a warrant out by simple word of mouth, and they didn't have anything. They could have got video footage. If everything she said, they could have got footage from what she said. They had nothing. Like, and it hurts to see that, honestly.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Would you please mute your mic? I have two different versions. Give me your full name again, Wayne.
My name is Wayne Handy Senior.
Okay. And one document they have Hardy, but it's Handy, right?
Yes, sir.
So we've been calling you by your right name.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Handy, would you please make a closing statement?
I just ask that y'all grant me my freedom. I'm really an innocent man. I had everything in my power going through these courts. I just ain't wanna face 20 years to life or losing that time to my family. So I had to plea out to a misdemeanor in the court signature. And I was also told that I would be released. And I also want to say I'm sorry to my family for even meeting the person that got me in this jail.
Thank you, Mr. Handy. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
Miss Pearl ready to vote. Is the panel ready to vote, y'all? Put the vote. Let me put the poll in the chat. Starting the timer. Let's go. Get your votes in. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Yeah. No. If you ask me, absolutely not. At first I thought that whole lawyer giving him bad advice thing might have helped him. I was like, but Mr. Roche, he's even though he acknowledged it, it seemed like that didn't matter to him. It seemed like that did not matter to him. But more importantly, man, Miss Pearl looked like she got annoyed. For a split second, she almost said something to him. Like, she almost said, really? Really, guy? Really, dude? Really? She had to catch herself. She was like, you know what? I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing. Yo, she almost gave her vote while she was talking to him. And he annoyed her so much that she almost voted right there, right then and there. She had to stop herself. So I don't see this going good for him. Not at all. Whoever that was, the girl that spoke for him, man, I don't understand if they understand what they're doing when they tell the court system that you guys messed up and what you did was unfair and he's innocent, but he pled guilty. That's something you're gonna have to take back to trial, man. You're gonna have to take that back to trial. And a lot of these plea deals, the judges ask them, do you understand that you cannot take this plea back? You cannot appeal this plea. Like once you take this plea, it's final. This is the deal. And they'll say yes. And then things get more serious, and then they'll say, you know what? I don't want to take the plea no more. I'm innocent. But they ask you a series of different questions that you acknowledge and you sign papers and so and then to say I ain't know better. I mean, they heard this before from many other people. We got 9 seconds left. 5 seconds. 4, 3. All right. All right. The poll is over. We got 14 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 85% said no, and 14% said yes. Oh. So let's see what the judges got to say. Judges.
The case was assigned to me, so I will vote first. Mr. Handy, you are on supervision for a violent offense of aggravated battery assault. And you pled guilty to 3 counts of domestic abuse battery and 1 count of simple assault, which are violent misdemeanors. And based on that information, because you pled guilty, my vote is to revoke your supervision. Mr. Wise.
At this time, I'm going to vote the same as Mr. Roche. I vote to revoke, fail to comply with the conditions set by probation and parole.
Mrs. Wise.
Sir, I concur. My vote is to revoke his parole as well because of his guilty plea to the misdemeanor offense affecting the person.
Mr. Handy, you have received 3 votes to revoke your supervision. Your supervision has been revoked. This completes the revocation hearing for Mr. Handy. I want to thank Orleans Parish Jail for facilitating these hearings, and we are complete with cases at Orleans. We will be adjourned at 11:43 a.m.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's just too bad. Oh, man. Keep the ball rolling, man. Keep the ball rolling. Now, all right. Why did the lawyer give the bad information with a witness at hand? That's something that I don't know what he can do about that. I don't know. What's the options? All right, here we go. If you want to support this channel, support this channel at Wabbit Crime Network at PayPal or Cash App. You can hit the donation link at the top, or you can send a super chat, and that will put a notification on the screen with your name and a thank you. You can join the membership, and also Nightbot is putting a direct link to the PayPal in the chat. Now, we are at the parole board. Inmates are looking to get granted parole. The judges will interview them and then vote on whether or not they will get granted or denied parole. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat so the audience can vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole for 3 minutes, and I will end the poll and then read the results of the audience. Then I will play the judges' results and see if the audience and the judges were in line. So until then, I will be in the chat. We are on to our next one. I'll be back when the judges are ready to vote.
I'll call him, tell him to turn his volume up.
Okay. Our first case today, would the offender please introduce yourself and give your Department of Corrections ID.
Elliot Brown, 10-10-17.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair your hearing today. With the other members of the panel, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Wise.
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, would you please give your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Elliot C. Brown, 10-10-17.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll allow Warden Hooper and his staff to make comments if they wish. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see that we have a victim on the line, Ms. Teresa.
Yes, sir. We have Miss Sylvia Heitmeyer. She's victim and she'll be speaking today.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Do you understand the process, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Brown, you are currently 56 years old. You're a 6th felony offender. Your current offenses are illegal possession of stolen things, simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, and you will be billed as an habitual offender. And another count of simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling. You were first sentenced on 9/21/2012. You received a 10-year sentence for illegal possession and a 5-year sentence for a simple burglary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you were revoked on 9/22/16 because of the second simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling. You were revoked on 9/22/16, and at the time you were revoked, count 1 of the original sentence was vacated. You were multi-billed and you were resentenced to 15 years from the 10-year sentence. And you received a 12-year sentence on the second simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling. Your total sentence is 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your parole date was 10/2/2019. You now have an adjusted good time date of August 5th, 2030, and your full term date is January 2nd, 2031. Is all this information correct?
Yes, sir.
So, your case has been assigned to me, Mr. Brown. So let's get started, okay?
Yes, sir.
You've been incarcerated for approximately 4.5 years of a 15-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You are a 6th felony offender with 36 adult arrests. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
Mostly for drugs and theft. but you also have 7 arrests for a battery. That's about right?
Yes, sir.
And would you say you have a history of violence?
No, sir.
With 7 battery arrests, you say you have no history of violence. Would you say you have an extensive criminal history?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you been on supervision?
Once, I believe once, sir.
Okay, let me explain what supervision is to you, Mr. Brown. How many times have you been on probation, parole, or good time parole?
I can say about three times on.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly how many times. You've been on supervision on 5 different occasions. You've been revoked twice and terminated unsatisfactorily once. So I would say that's a very poor supervision record. You don't follow rules and regulations. Would you be surprised if the district attorney wrote a long letter opposing your early release?
No, sir.
What he did, and he was very adamant about his request that you not be released. Would it surprise you that you have multiple victims voicing their disapproval of you being released?
No, sir.
And I want to inform you that you have a moderate Tiger score, which is a risk assessment of your possibilities of reoffending. And that risk assessment is moderate, which tells this panel today that you have a moderate chance of reoffending. In the record, I see that you don't have a high school diploma or a GED. Tell me why.
Well, sir, due to the last time that this trip here that I'm on right now, I was trying to get one, but I was never in Department of Correction. I was in a satellite that wasn't actually doing nothing for my offender class. They was doing stuff for people that actually been down just coming.
Okay. Because you were a habitual offender and 6th felony offender, you couldn't get into the GED program.
No, so I just took the chance of working. Is what I was
Okay. Okay. But I see that you completed personal development, anger management, victim awareness, money management, thinking for a change, and reentry. Those are good programs. I don't understand why you were in those programs and you still don't have a GED.
Well, like I said, so at the time, me coming, I was in Paris jails. I wasn't in the Department of Correction. Even this trip right here to the Department of Correction, I was too short to get into classes because of my parolability day. At first, it was 12 with the good, that the charge I was on. Until they sent me here, I found out the paperwork come back 000 Act. So instead of me going into education, I started working for the warden and stuff and just stuck to the working thing.
Okay. Tell me about your disciplinary record. You've been incarcerated for 4.5 years. Tell me about your disciplinary record. How many disciplinary write-ups do you have?
I could say I only had like 2, if I had 2.
Okay. Okay. I will verify that with the staff a little bit later. Tell me what your job at the facility is?
I'm working in Plaquemine, Baton Rouge area, cutting grass and cleaning up and stuff, whatever they need me to do here.
So you're working in Plaquemine, Louisiana, in the Baton Rouge area as a lawn orderly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you a trustee?
Yes, sir.
What level trustee are you?
I can't define what level it is because I really don't know. I can ask.
Miss Christie?
He's a level 2.
Level 2 trustee, okay. Tell me about your transition plan. Where do you plan to live and where do you plan to work?
Well, sir, my first thing I want to do, I got people out there that's really willing to help me. There's a caseworker of reentry out there. I'm gonna be staying at one of the places that he got prepared for me. And I want to go back to school for culinary art, which I still had a year left on it. Once I finish that, and in the process of getting my mom out the home, putting her back in the house and taking care of my son.
Okay. So you don't have a family home, you're gonna go to transitional housing.
Well, the house that he got for me is for people that I guess need help or something. I'm gonna be ready.
Transitional housing. Okay. Tell me about your vocational skills.
Well,
I heard
sir,
you talking about culinary arts.
well, I always know how to cook, but I needed the educational part of cooking, my measurements and all this. So now that I have this, I can benefit myself from that. But I still want to go and try something else out where that can keep me safe from the things that I used to do. I'm not going out there and do that because I got responsibilities. My mom is 77 years old. She needs somebody. She don't need to be in no house where is a home. She don't need to be in there. My son, he's about to make 9 years old. He needs somebody there for him.
Okay, now you told me where you're gonna live. Tell me where you're gonna work and what are you gonna do?
Well, I'm going to work at a restaurant for as of right now doing my school, far as trying to get my last part of culinary arts, which is like liquor license too. I want to once I get that, grass cutting and all that is gonna be my main priority too, because long as I'm doing something positive, I don't need to be around the negative stuff in life no more.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Warden Hooper, would you like to make any comments or remarks? So Warden Hooper is okay. We still can't hear you, Warden Hooper. There's no volume, Warden Hooper.
Mr. O'Shea, you want me to go ahead?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Warden Hooper.
All right. He came to Hunt December 16, 2019. He is a trustee. He has no write-ups, and we'll definitely get him in school if he don't make parole.
Thank you, Warden Hooper. Mr. Wise.
Okay. Mr. Brown, your name is Elliot Brown, 101017. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You went to the Southwest Transitional Work Program on 2/27/17. And on 7/5/17, you got a DB. What was that DB for?
It was several inmates in a room. 5 of them inmates was, I consumed loaded off what they call cigarettes, mojo. Everybody got written up.
All right. All right. You got written up then on mojo. All right. You went to the West Feliciana Transitional Work Program on 12/26/17. And on 4/5/18, you had a DB. What was that for?
Being in the wrong area with the wrong people, sir.
No, but what was a DB for?
The DB is the same thing.
Mojo?
Mojo, yes. You have several 8, 9 inmates in the bathroom, sir. Everybody got.
Oh, okay. All right. So both times you was in transitional work program, you had to go to the program because of you had disciplinary actions there, and you got kicked out of transitional work program 2 times. You're a 6th offender, and I don't have any other question.
Mrs. Pearl Wise.
No, sir, I have no questions.
Okay. At this time, we'd like to hear from Ms. Sylvia, the victim. Would you please unmute your mic?
Hello.
Yes, would you give us
Hello?
your full name and
Sylvia. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
and give the statement that you would like to give?
Okay. May I ask how much time do I have to give a statement?
You have at least 2 or 3 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. My name is Sylvia Heitmeyer. I am the victim of a burglary of my home residence, and I adamantly object to the parole of Mr. Elliot Brown. I know in this day and age of criminal justice reform, the fact that it was just a property crime or considered just a property crime and his age may be a consideration for his release, but I think the details of my specific case show that Mr. Brown is a concern to public safety, not only for the public at large, my family, but also for himself. First of all, when that incident happened in 2016, we had just moved to our house in 2015. So we'd only been there for a few months. But during that time, we had installed cameras, we had dogs, we had a fence, we had everything in place. On the day that it occurred, it just so happened that we had stepped out of our house. So I don't know if Mr. Elliot Brown has been watching our house or it was just lucky that he got it. But however, he did jump an 8-foot fence, cross our property on camera, and opened a window that we did not know was broken since we just bought this house. And so obviously Mr. Elliot Brown has either been on our property before or he has burglarized our property before we owned it. And that is a large concern for us as homeowners, that Mr. Brown has been on our property prior to the incident where he got caught. But going forward though, the fact that we had security in place did not matter to Mr. Brown at all. His act was brazen. He entered our home, he committed a burglary. My husband and I just so happened to walk home from places that we had been and walk in on the burglary in progress as it occurred. And my husband and I are we're very familiar with law enforcement because of our backgrounds. We're also very familiar with gun handling. And my husband, against my wishes though, did chase Mr. Brown down and did confront Mr. Brown in the street. And one of my greatest concerns and reasons for public safety is Mr. Brown, when confronted by my husband, taunted him. And instead of maybe humbling himself or whatever, instead of taunted my husband, who is white, that he would not shoot Mr. Brown and I won't say the language that Mr. Brown used, but said that a white man will not shoot a N-word in the streets right here. And this was occurring in 2016 when there was a large Black Lives Movement and a movement against law enforcement, which we're really familiar with. But my main concern about not only our safety, but the safety of the public is, had Mr. Brown been confronted by any other person who does not truly understand how to behave in those types of situations, Mr. Brown could have been hurt, or the person who confronts him could be hurt. Mr. Brown has not shown or demonstrated any ability to understand the situations that he has placed himself in. And that is a great concern because, like I said, had this been any other person, he might have been hurt himself or an incident would have occurred. I mean, to taunt a victim and to call them out by their name and their race, I think is truly concerning. And again, shows you his brazen attitude. Again, another concern I had, that it was my understanding that Mr. Brown was on parole at the time of this incident, and he also had a job. So my other concern is, what would be any different now on parole? My concern is, if he had the job, what was the need to enter someone's home and make our home unsafe for the rest of our lives for this? And so I really do believe that there's a high recidivism rate here. I believe that he's a concern to the public, not just for my family and, the greater New Orleans area or whatever area he chooses to be in, but also for himself. I do believe that he has no concern for his own safety. And so with that, I thank you. I do ask the board to not release him on parole.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
Would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, sir. So I know what I did to her, hurted her. But I also that being down in the time I've been down this trip here, I know that it's it for me. I'm too old to go through this, and certain things in my life had happened where I know I can lose my mom at any given time. She's in her home. She don't need to be there. My attention to what I'm going out there and do is positive. I'm sorry I hurted her family for what I did. Things played a object in that, and I benefit myself from that. For the drugs, I just need the opportunity to prove to myself and to the community and my mama especially that I can be something. I'm not lost yet, sir. I can be something.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You're welcome.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to vote? Let me get the timer ready. All right. Oh, I didn't even put the thing in. Hold on. I didn't even type it. All right. Timer started. Poll is in the chat. Will the judges grant parole in this case? That victim testimony though. Oh boy, the victim. They'll pile it on you, don't they? My man said he too old for this. Bruh. You might have been too old to committing that crime too, man. You feel me? Like, how old were you when you learned that robbing people's house was against the law? Huh? And that you can go to jail for that. At what age did you learn that? Did you just learn that at this old age right here? Did you just learn that at this old age? Or did you not give a damn when you wanted what you wanted? I mean, I think sometimes people understand the consequences to their actions and they don't care. They don't care. They're willing to take the chance. They're willing to take the risk. Sometimes to them, the risk is more, the reward is going to be worth the risk if they can get away with it. But if you don't get away with it, then you need to accept your consequence. Because I'm sure at that age, it's not like he's a teenager, 17, 19, 21. Maybe they need to learn, they needed to actually do some stupid stuff before they realize how dumb it can be, how serious. You know, this man is a grown man doing this type of stuff. Like, come on. I don't know how much sympathy they're gonna have for you with this type of excuse about you too old for this, and yeah, you too old for the crime, bro. This man talking about too old to be in jail. That's what you're supposed to think right before you did the crime. That's the first thing that's supposed to come to your head. Like, man, I'm too old to go to jail. Yeah, and you probably would have did something else and not that. You know, so sometimes these guys go in front of the parole board, and sometimes I don't even think they care. Sometimes I think they expect that they're not gonna get granted parole anyway. They just say whatever just to see if they might get it or not. But I think they expect they're not gonna get it because most of them, they're not even prepared. They just like, man, I think I deserve it because I'll be a better person. They try to say things you're supposed to say. All right, it's time to end the poll. The poll is ended. Oh. Will the judges grant parole in this case? We got 14 votes. 78% said no, and 21% said yes. So let's see. Let's see how it goes. Judges?
I will vote first because I was assigned this case. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Sometimes you have so much baggage that is very difficult to shed. I'd like to see you get a GED to improve your chances of employment when released, even if you have a certificate in certified in culinary arts. You need a GED to handle the accounting and other things dealing with a restaurant. And you have so much baggage. You are a 6th felony offender. You have a history of violence. You don't perform well on supervision. You have a moderate risk assessment score, which tells this panel that you might reoffend. You have multiple victims adamantly opposed to your release. The DA office is strongly opposed. And with a history of theft and like the victim that just spoke walked in on you, there's a possibility of endangering their lives and your life. You've been lucky so far. My vote is to deny your request for those reasons I mentioned. Mr. Jim Wise.
At this time, I vote to deny. One reason I'm voting to deny because you have law enforcement opposition, also district attorney's opposition against you. Was in the transitional work program in 2017, also in 2018, and was removed from there twice. I think you need some more programs. My vote is to deny.
Ms. Pearl Wise.
My vote is to deny for the reasons already stated, and I recommend to you, sir, that you get into some substance abuse treatment, while where you were down this time.
Mr. Brown, you have received 3 votes to deny your request. Your request for early release has been denied. You have a good day. This completes the hearing of Elliot Brown.
Oh man. That's too bad. That's too bad, sir. It's unfortunate. I mean, I saw us. I mean, 'cause, you know, Roche, man, he was kind of vicious the way he did that. In the beginning of his statement before he voted, I thought he was about to tell him some good stuff. He talking about, you know, when he get out to get employment. I said, oh, he about to give this man some clemency. And sure enough, he said, I'm gonna deny. I'm like, what? Huh? Like you just gonna deny just like that? I'm like, I didn't realize that you was gonna do that. I realized he's gonna do him that way. All right. On we go. On we go. All right. If you want to support this channel, you can support this channel at Rapid Crime Network at both PayPal and or Cash App. There's a donation link at the top of the chat. There's also a donation link that Nightbot puts in the chat. You can also super chat and join the memberships. We are at a parole board hearing. The inmate is going to be interviewed by the panel of judges. The judges will then decide whether or not they will grant parole. Before the judges vote, I will put a poll in the chat so the audience can vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole. The poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes, and then I will read the results, and then I will play the judges' results and see if the audience was in line with the judges. I'll be in the chat until then, and I will be back when the judges are ready to vote. So, on we go. On we go.
Tress Williams, DOC number 385148. We do have one participant here. It is Zachary Orjuela, and he's the attorney.
Okay. Zachary Orjuela?
Orjuela.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
How you doing?
Artest, would you give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
My ID
Your full name first, sir.
address Williams. 385148.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. My name is Alvin Roche, and I will chair the hearing this afternoon. With the panel, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Pearl Wise.
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, you're here for a revocation hearing. Would the attorney for Mr. Williams please introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Zachary Orjuela, and I was appointed by this board at a prior revocation hearing to represent him.
Okay, so you are an appointed attorney.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and Zachary, we will give you a chance. When would you like to speak, at the beginning or the close of the hearing?
I think I'd prefer to speak at the close if that's okay with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
That is fine with the committee. Mr. Williams, do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Well, I was recommended.
Sir, do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Do I have a question?
We don't have.
I'm not understanding. You said, do I have a question?
Okay, let me see if I can make it very clear. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you?
Oh, no, I don't have a questionnaire, no.
Kristen?
No, sir.
Do we have it?
Okay. Currently they can't receive it, so I'm going to share my screen in a minute once I find the actual questionnaire.
Okay. It's on page 2 of the PPI.
The PPI is in the warden's hand. I don't have no paperwork on me. You're gonna show it on screen?
Yes, we're gonna show it on the screen.
Okay. Okay. They're gonna show it on screen. And you just need to verify that is your signature.
Mr. Williams, do you remember filling out that questionnaire?
I don't see it.
Do you remember filling out the questionnaire?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And let's just verify the information and then we'll put it on the screen. Have you been treated for mental health in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Can you read and write?
Yes, sir.
And you completed the 12th grade?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the charges against you? Okay, Mr. Williams, that's the questionnaire. Can you verify that's your signature?
Yes.
All the information is correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Teresa. So I have some questions, but I think I know all the answers. Did you request an appointed attorney at your preliminary hearing? And the answer is yes, right?
Yes.
And you have an attorney for this hearing?
That's your attorney?
Yes.
That's what he's asking.
Now, you are having this revocation hearing because you had a condition, special condition number 13. In lieu of revocation, attend and complete a long-term substance abuse program. Is that correct?
I hadn't had the opportunity to.
I know, but that's what you
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
After your revocation hearing on 11/8/2019, the board ordered you to complete a long-term substance abuse in lieu of revocation. You were not approved by medical to be transferred. Can you tell the committee why you were not approved to be transferred to the substance abuse program?
Well, I have here to where Mr. Jeffrey Gladney had said medical was to clear me before I could be moved to the substance abuse. He stated that I was supposed to be going to the substance abuse November the 25th, 2019, but medical needed to further screen me.
Okay. Christy,
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some more information?
I could make a phone call and check with Ms. Harrison.
Okay. But Christy?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that'll be necessary, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So basically, you've been sitting around since November, wondering why you were not transferred to substance abuse. Is that correct?
Well, I have further information on here concerning, why I was being held. And
would you please give us that information?
Yes, it's here.
Well, you gotta read it, Tim.
Mr. Gladney checked with medical and they did not clear you medically to attend the substance abuse program. All I can advise you to do is contact Miss Tiffany Jordan in medical. She is the supervisor for that department. Thank you. And I have here to where when I contact Miss Tiffany, in response to your correspondence, you do not have a medical hold at this time. That's what she stated.
Okay. I think I have enough information, Mr. Williams. Ms. Wise, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Wise, you've been assigned this case. Would you please hold the interview?
Okay, Mr. Williams, they came and give you a change. We've already went over that 2 or 3 times, and they sent you to the substance abuse. You did not get to go to the substance abuse program back in November, and you just been dangling along there. I think I've got something I want to do with you that I want to get with your attorney there and see if this would benefit you in a lot of ways, because you're backing up a little time. If I put down there to do not revoke and send you to you used to go home and online courses, you got to do AANA 2 times a week. And also when it's benefit where you can go to a substance abuse program, right now they're not taking a lot of people into some of these programs because of the COVID-19. But when it's available, get you to go to some kind of substance abuse program. Counselor, do you have anything to say about that?
I think that sounds like a good resolution for you, Mr. Williams, and I'm happy to help facilitate any of that.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
All right. That's it.
Excuse me. Could I get a further understanding, or when could I?
Okay, Mr. Williams. Mr. Wise's proposal is that we do not revoke.
Understood.
And that you will have to attend online NAAA meetings at least twice a week until such time that the restrictions are loosened and that you will be able to attend NAAA meetings in person. When those restrictions are lifted, you must enter into a inpatient or outpatient substance abuse program at your own expense. You fully understand what I just said?
Understood.
Councilor Zachary, are you in agreement with that?
Yes, and Mr. Williams, when you're released, get back in touch with my office, because we can find you some either low or no cost at places that can give you that kind of treatment whenever it reopens after this pandemic.
Would you like to make any additional statements, Councilor?
No, thank you. No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Williams, you want to make a final statement? I would make it very brief, because I think you're ahead of the game by now.
Excuse me?
Would you like to make a brief statement?
No, sir.
Thank you. Is the panel ready to vote?
Well, I think the warden or somebody over there told him, don't say nothing. This is one of those, yeah, don't speak on your behalf. Let's put the poll in there. Timer has started, 3 minutes. Get your votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Yes. Yes, they will. Yes, they are. They was leading to that. They was leading. Somebody in the back told him, hey, don't say nothing. You better not say nothing. And then Roche gave him a heads up. Roche said, you might want to make it brief because you're ahead of the game right now. Well, thank you right there. You going home, bruh. You going home. The only person that can mess this up for you is you. Only you can mess this up. And Jim Wise said he got a plan for him. Like, man, okay, all right. They seem like they got high hopes for you, man. So, I guess mainly because is the drugs that got him messed up, maybe. Yeah, this one should be pretty simple. Pretty simple. Yeah, I do check out the Wabbit Discord. We will be Wabbit Crime Network Discord. We will be having links to these dockets, to these cases that's been out that goes on my live streams. Also, I'll be having updates to certain cases that's going on. If you check out my community wall, you'll see I posted some current events. So in the Discord, there will be updates to those type of stuff, those cases and things of that nature. Still under construction, but slowly but surely, it is making its way. It's doing what it do. It's doing what it do. Got 55 seconds left on the clock. Get your votes in if you haven't voted already. Human error on that paperwork played a factor. Well, this one seems pretty simple to me. I don't expect no surprises. I just know that somebody in the back told him not to say nothing. Somebody in that room told him, don't say nothing. 20 seconds. Only you can prevent forest fires. 10 seconds. And this one is about to be over with. All right. And the polls are closed. Polls is closed. We got 16 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 68% says yes, and 31% says no. For the 31%, I don't know why you guys think no. I think that they pretty much told you that they're going to let him go before they even said it. So let's see. Judges?
Ready.
Mr. Wise.
My vote's the same. I'm going to vote to do not revoke, that he goes to NA meetings 2 times a week online right now because of the COVID-19. Also, when available, set by probation parole, he go to an outpatient rehab program. And counsel, you be sure and write that down there so you can do.
Mrs. Wise.
My vote is to do not revoke for the reasons already been stated on the record, and I concur with the recommendations made by Mr. Wise.
Mr. Williams, I too agree with the other 2 members of the panel. I think that you have lingered long enough in the system. I think that you need a chance to be released and prove that you can be a productive member of society. When released, we want you to attend at least 2 NAAA meetings weekly, now online. When restrictions are loosened, you need to attend those meetings in person and verify those meetings with your parole officer. And then when the restrictions are loosened, you need to enroll in a substance abuse program at your own expense. Your attorney has said contact his office, and he knows of some no cost or very economical programs that won't hit your pocket so hard. You understand all the conditions of your release?
Yes, sir. And I do appreciate the board decision, and I will try to be a productive, responsible adult once I release to society.
Outstanding, Mr. Williams. We will fill out the necessary paperwork for your release, and they will be transferred to Hunt, and hopefully you will be released very soon.
Thank you.
We have received 3 votes to do not revoke. Your supervision is continued. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
So I guess he was on supervision and then he almost got put back in jail. Well, that worked out for him. That worked out for the boy. So, for the 31%, I pretty much thought it was clear that he was gonna get off. So I didn't. I had no doubts in my mind. Now, if you want to support this channel, you can support this channel at Wabbit Crime Network with PayPal or Cash App. There's a donation link at the top of the chat. There's also a super chat. Nightbot is also putting the direct link to the Cash App in the chat. You can also join the memberships. Now, we are at the parole board hearing. The inmate is here trying to get parole. The judges will interview him and decide whether or not they will grant him parole. Before they vote, I will pause the video and let the audience vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole in this case. After the audience votes, the poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes. After the 3 minutes is up, I will read the votes and then I will play the judge's decision to see if the audience and the judges was in line. Hold on. All right. Make sure that's ready. And here we go. I'll be in the chat until it's time to vote.
Ms. Teresa, are we ready?
Ready. This is the case for Andrew Neely, number 262211. We do have 2 people who are here in support. We have Courtney Boyd, she's the niece, and we also have Clifton Neely, who's the brother, and he'll be the speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Mr. Neely, would you give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Andrew Neely, Jr., 262211.
Thank you. Mr. Neely, you can put your mask back on. I think We'll take care of everything from here for you, okay? This is the case of Andrew Neely. He is a fourth felony offender. He's currently 64 years old. His offense is habitual felony for home invasion with a person under 12 present. He was sentenced in Orleans Parish on June 17th, 2014. He received a 15-year sentence. He does not have a parole eligibility date. His adjusted good time date is March 10th, 2027, and his full term date, September 6th, 2027. Is this information correct, Mr. Neely?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a medical parole that was recommended by, first of all, the medical staff at Elaine Hunt, approved by the warden, sent up through the ranks of the secretary, down to the chairman of the Committee on Parole. At this time, we'll open the floor for a statement from Dr. Roundtree, the medical director of Elaine Hunt. Dr. Roundtree.
All righty, thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. I'm here with Mr. Neely. Mr. Neely is, I've been treating Mr. Neely since I started working at Hunt. It is true he's 64 years old and he's in declining health. Mr. Neely suffers from a whole variety of different problems: hypertension, coronary artery disease that is severe, peripheral vascular disease that is severe, COPD, emphysema, as well as having very severe kidney dysfunction. He has chronic kidney disease, and as of a year ago, the kidneys were moderately diseased. Now it continues and has progressed, and Mr. Neely now is almost at the point where he would need hemodialysis and to receive a shunt in his arm and then receive hemodialysis at DCI. He has now gotten so debilitated that he is wheelchair bound because of all of these infirmities. And by, I would say, a good estimate, within a number of months, we're going to have him in front of the kidney specialist because they want to do a biopsy because of his kidney function is getting so bad. In addition, he also suffers from gout, diabetes, and has had problems with those areas as well. So he's pretty much really declined in his health, I would say, in this last year. Because of the severe artery disease in his heart, he's not perfusing all his other organs as well. And so that's affecting his kidneys. And so it's also affecting his health. He no longer has the ability to get up and really walk without being short of breath and being severely fatigued. So now he's pretty much in a wheelchair and awaiting a follow-up with the renal specialist in New Orleans. And we're recommending, if it's at all possible, that he be allowed to return home. He has family and resources there to help him. And home is in the New Orleans area. So he has all of his appointments there and he's well known to his doctors. And we're hoping that the possibility of medical parole would happen. Thank you, gentlemen.
Under normal circumstances, Dr. Roundtree, we would prefer to send him to a DOC approved nursing facility. Tell me what's different about this case.
Well, we're having such a huge problem with getting our patients into nursing homes because of the coronavirus and COVID, um, that I think if I don't see it getting any better either. I think our second wave of COVID is coming in the winter, and if at all possible, it would have been wonderful if we could get into a nursing home, but they are balking at looking at any of our people now, simply because of the worry of coronavirus.
Thank you, Dr. Browntree. I fully understand, and I'd like that to be on the record, but I understand your explanation fully. Simply because if he could not get into a nursing home, he would be lingering at Hunt and his family could be taken care of.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Mr. Wise, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I think Dr. Roundtree's pretty well got it summed up. He takes care of that thing over there at Elaine Hunt, and he's got it under control.
Mrs. Wise.
No, sir, I have no questions. Dr. Roundtree submitted a written report that's in our records. I just want to note that for the record, outlining all the conditions.
Warden Hooper, would you like any input? Again, Warden Hooper, we can't hear you.
No, I just see us. Oh, there he is. There's one.
Okay. I understand that Mr. Clifton Neely wants to make a statement. Is that correct? Mr. Neely, could you unmute your mic?
Okay.
Would you please give us your full name and your relationship to the offender?
My full name is Clifton Jerome Neely. My relationship is that's my brother.
Okay. Give us your statement.
In short, he spent the last 6 or 7 years in the Department of Corrections. We figure what life he has left, he owes us. So, it's not gonna be easy for him when he gets back here because we're gonna hold him accountable. Ironically, he has 3 nephews, or at least 3 great nephews and 1 great niece that doesn't know him, that's never seen him. So it's gonna be funny just to see him try to explain to them where he's been and that he's their uncle. So we'd appreciate it as a family if y'all sent it back to us.
Okay. Is everything lined up medically for him?
I don't know. My sister Dion was handling that. But as far as I know, it is.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Would you mute your mic? Because of the condition of Mr. Neely, I'm not going to ask him to make a closing statement. Is the panel ready to vote?
Madam Chairman, I would like to hear from Courtney so we can get some confirmations on what they have in place at home. She's on the call. Miss Courtney?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you have in place?
So he's going to be staying with my Aunt Dee Dee, Dion Alfred. That's been set up already.
And what about transportation to his medical appointments and if he has to go on dialysis?
My Aunt Dee Dee has a car. She does not work. She is prepared to take him to his medical appointments. We also have 12 nieces and nephews who are adults who also have vehicles, who have professions, who are prepared to support him, to support my aunt also and take him to his appointments and provide support in the home also.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
If there be no more questions, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wise.
All right, the panel is ready to vote. Are we ready to vote? Let's go. Let me get the timer. And the vote is in the chat. Get your votes in. Do you guys think that he will be let out? Do you think that he will be let out? What do I think? They kind of sound like they're leaning towards it. Seems like his medical condition is getting to them. But I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. I'm not. Yeah, I think, right. You're medically ready for release. That's what this sounds like. That's definitely what this sounds like. Definitely. So, yeah. We'll see how that one goes. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Trying to see if I can make an emoji real quick. Trying to see if I can make an emoji. We got 42 seconds. Twenty seconds. Hopefully I got the skills. All right, and it's time to end. And we're back. And we're back. And the poll is in. We got 13 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 76% said yes, 23% said no. I'm leaning towards the yes. Sounds like they're gonna let him go. Let's see what the judges got to say.
At this time, I'm gonna vote to grant to the approved residence plan set by the medical office of Elaine Hunt Correctional. And also there'll be a curfew. There'll be a curfew from, I guess, at wherever the residence plan he's going to be, there's going to be a curfew there from at least 6 to 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning, curfew.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Mrs. Wise.
I concur based on the medical documentation and the medical statement made here today at this hearing. I concur. My vote is to grant the medical parole contingent on the residence plan being approved by probation and parole. And then they will write and ask for any special conditions that may become appropriate as this matter rolls on.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Neely, we have received 2 votes to grant a medical parole because of your medical condition. I too agree with my two colleagues this afternoon, and I will vote yes to your request. You have received 3 votes to grant a medical parole with conditions. First, we have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The only exception is that you are at a regularly scheduled medical appointment. You need to tell your parole officer in advance that you have certain evenings medical appointments and he will approve it. You are to be released to, is it your sister home? Is it your sister's home?
Correct.
Yeah. You'll be released to your sister's home up on approval by the Division of Probation and Parole. Mr. Neely, your medical parole has been granted. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Oh, well, congratulations to Mr. Neely. His parole has been granted. The majority of the people were right. The voters were right. He got off. They let him go. Medically, his medical conditions got him out of there. His medical conditions got him out of there. Let me see this real quick. Let's see what we can do real quick. Goodness, let's see. Fresh this thing. And let me see. I made an emoji. Let me see if I can get it in the chat. Oh wow. We got space for a few emojis. So that's good. Where is it? Um, where did it go? Folder is empty. So what did I just save this thing? Where did I just save this thing? Okay, that's odd. Let me try this again. 1 second. I made the emoji. I saved the emoji, but I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. Let me see something. Save. Let me check. Let me check and see if it went through or not. All right, now it's there. Let me check. Let me see. Oh, now it's there. Open. Save and publish. Oh. All right. All right, we got a new emoji. I'm about to make the other one right now. Uh, uh, Get the other one right now. Let's change the color. Make it green. And export that. I'm gonna name this one granted. Let me add this other one. All right. So we got two new emojis for the members. We got a denied and we got a granted emoji. uh, I actually got space for more emojis, so I'll come up with some more. Do y'all see the emojis? Y'all see the new emojis for the members? Check them out. We got two new members only emojis. Let me get this one. All right, we got two more. We got two more to go. Two more. That's it. And then we could call this one a night. All right. If you want to support this page, you can support this page at Wabbit Crime Network on PayPal or Cash App. You can hit the donation link at the top of the screen. Why is it white? Why is the background white? Hold on. It shouldn't. The background should be transparent. So did I do something wrong here? Background should be transparent. Hey, yeah, we don't troll in here. All right. I don't know why I see a white. Hold on, I'm gonna have to fix that. But first, let me finish. You can hit the donation link at the top of the chat. You can send a super chat or join a membership. And Nightbot is putting the link to the PayPal in the chat. We had the parole board hearing right now. Inmate is up for parole, and the parole board judges will interview them and decide whether or not they will grant or deny parole. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat and ask the audience to vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant parole or deny parole in this case. The poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes, and then I will end the poll and I will read the results, and then I will play the judges' results and see if the audience was in line with the judges. All right. Now, I'll be in the chat until it's time to vote. So we are at our next case.
Ms. Teresa, are we ready?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Before we announce this case, Ms. Teresa, I'd like to put on the record that the panel had a administrative review, a request for a rehearing from Michael Jackson, DOC 488957. Mr. Jackson received 3 positive responses, and he has been granted a hearing. Thank you, Ms. Teresa.
Okay, this is the case for Robert Smith, DOC number 318403. We have no other participants.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. How are you?
How you doing?
Good. And you have to speak up, Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Would you please give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Robert Smith, 318403.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. My name is Alvin Roche. I will be chairing your hearing. With the other members of the panel, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Pearl Wise.
How you doing?
Mr. Wise?
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
How you doing?
Mr. Smith, let me explain the process to you. I will read some information into the record. Once that information is in the record, we'll conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we'll ask Warden Cooper to make comments or remarks if he wishes. At the very end, before we vote, we will allow you to make a statement on your behalf. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, you are a second felony offender. You're currently 45 years old. Your current offense is attempted second-degree murder in possession of a firearm by a certain convicted felon. You were sentenced on September 24th, 1997. You received a 50-year sentence on attempted second-degree murder and a 10-year sentence on possession of a firearm. Those are running concurrently, so your total sentence is 50 years. Your parole date was November 29th, 2019. Your good time date is January 8th, 2027, and your full term date, October 28th, 2046. Is this information correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, your case was assigned to Mrs. Pearl Wise. Mrs. Wise.
Good afternoon again, sir. How's it going?
I'm doing. How you doing?
All right, all right. I saw where you had some hospital stays in 2014. How are you medically? What's going on with you?
Oh, yeah, high blood pressure. Suffer high blood pressure.
Okay, you got it under control now?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, good, good. You on medication?
I'm on my medicine. Taking medicine.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Good, good. I see you got 420 days of programs, which is really good. However, you have a loss of 2,258 good time days. Speak to that. Break that down for me. What does this mean?
I lost that. That's a good time I lost. I lost them a good time.
I guess what I'm asking is, what was going on with you that you continue to lose good time in such a large amount? Explain that to me.
I was suffering from mental illness. I had mental problems. I wasn't able to get my medication. And while they were trying to discuss get my medication all together, I was going through all these suicidal thoughts and hurting myself and mental illness.
Okay, so what is the final diagnosis for your mental illness?
Schizophrenia or mental control disorder, a mental health control disorder.
Say it one more time. Mental what disorder?
Schizophrenia and mental control disorder.
Okay. Mental control disorder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long has this been going on?
I've been having problems since I want to sleep.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I noticed we got a communication from the district attorney's office, and that's what the DA indicated. Although the DA is opposed to your early release, but he noticed some concern for your mental health, and so I'm glad to see that's being addressed.
Yes, man. I currently enrolled myself in a mental health program, and they got the right medicine for me now. Right now, I'm gonna have an injection.
Good.
They got everything under control right now.
Okay, and so you feel good, and do you feel like you're thinking clear? Your thoughts are clear. Good. That's really good. How often do you get your shots?
Oh, once a month.
Oh, I know that's good. That's really good. So you've done about 23 years of a 50-year sentence. So if you are successful today, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
I'll live with my nephew, and I know I do self-employment work. Carpenter, mechanic, electrician.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay. Is this your first time before the parole board?
No, ma'am.
How many times is this?
It's my third.
Third time. Okay. And it is, I do want to inform you that all law enforcement is opposed to your early release, and I'm pretty sure they probably opposed at the other hearings as well. So prior to the COVID-19, what were you doing every day at the prison? What was your job?
I'm in the mental health program. The mental health program don't allow us to work.
Okay, so that's full time. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now tell me about this write-up you had on March the 6th of 2019 for fighting.
Me and the guy had a misunderstanding. It was a little misunderstanding where I thought he was talking about me, and he hit me, and I started to fight. And when I asked him about it, he hit me and started to fight.
Golly. That's really concerning because you're in the mental health dorm, so we don't expect you guys to resolve problems that way.
Yeah.
You realize that, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to inform you, as a part of this process, we do try to locate the victim to get their opinion about early release. Our probation parole was unsuccessful in reaching the victim, so we don't have his opinion, about you getting out early. You don't have his input at all on today's hearing.
He moved out. He went to Chicago.
Oh, okay.
He moved him and his family to Chicago.
So you guys were friends?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the fight over?
He said I was messing with his girlfriend. He said I was messing around with his girlfriend.
You was messing with his girlfriend?
That's what he said.
And so that's why you took your shotgun and reloaded and went and shot him.
Well, I didn't shoot me. He had a fight that night, but him and two more dudes had a fight too. I didn't shoot the shotgun, So the dude that he did got into it before me had shot the shotgun.
But you got accused of it.
Cause I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yes, ma'am.
You got accused of using the shotgun.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. That's all I had, Chairman.
Mr. Jim Wise.
I really don't have any questions. Miss Pearl went over everything with me there. I had a little trouble with my background up here. It's blacked out on me. I can't get it to come up, but Miss Pearl went over everything pretty thorough with me.
Okay. You're good, Jim. Warren Hooper.
Can you hear me?
Would you like to make any comments or remarks?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Like he said, he has 411 reports since he's been here. He is in our mental health program, and he has his last report was
You're muted.
We can't hear again, Warren Hooper. Warren Hooper, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. His last report was in March of 19. So he has 4.
Warren Hooper is having a little technical difficulty. So unmute your mic. There you go, Warren.
Mr. Roche,
Yes.
why don't you see if Warren Hooper may want to call in on his, to one of the callers.
Keep losing it. Our network is bad here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, it's bad network. Y'all in and out all morning.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Warren.
All right.
Mrs. Smith, would you make a brief closing statement?
Yes, sir. I'm ready to enter society to make a positive impact on how I go about addressing pain. I ask that y'all board consider me being a change, and that I'm a changed person. Consider that, take that into consideration, and let me go back out there and show y'all that I can do the right thing. 23 years I've been incarcerated really have taught me how to value my freedom, and really taught me how to address my things different and more manly.
Well stated, Mr. Smith. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Mrs. Wise.
I commend you on your statement. I commend you on your work, on your.
Are we ready to vote? I was over here trying to make a golden ticket. That's what's going on in the background. I'm over here trying to make a golden ticket, man. All right. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Put the timer on the clock. Oh shit. Start the timer. And his crime, man. I don't know. I don't know. It's possible that they could, but I don't know if they will. I don't know. But you guys get your votes in. Let me 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You got 1 minute and 15 seconds to get your votes in. I'm in the background making an emoji. Thirty seconds. Two seconds, and it's time to end the poll. It's time to end the poll. All right, the votes are in. The votes are in. All right, the votes are in. The audience has voted. We got 13 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 53% said no, and 46% said yes. So the audience is pretty much split here. The voters are pretty split. So let's see how this goes. We got one more after this, and then we're out of here. Thank you.
Don't help, but I would like to see you go a lot longer without a write-up. When you say you value your freedom, when somebody come to your face with whatever, walk away, step away. The fighting is what caused you to get the 50 years. And you're still participating in fighting. That's a concern for me. So my vote is to deny today. Again, I'd like to see a longer time without write-ups. You have law enforcement opposition. I do want to state to you for the record that the chief of police was unopposed, but all the other law enforcement are opposed. And you have a moderate tiger, and you are on parole supervision when you committed this offense. So that's poor supervision. Again, let me encourage you to put into practice what you are learning. Be a leader and not participating in any kind of, don't get your name on no piece of paper. Good luck to you, sir, but my vote is to deny today.
Mr. Jim Wise.
And I also I vote the same. I vote to deny because the same, Mr. Wise.
Mrs. Smith, you have received 2 votes to deny your request, mostly because your general disciplinary conduct is totally unacceptable. I agree with Mrs. Wise. I'd like to see more than 15 months after the last write-up. Hopefully that you can stay write-up free until the next hearing. You've already lost 6 years on your good time date. You've lost 2,000 258 days of good time. That is totally unacceptable. And to have a write-up last year sort of seals the deal for me. So I agree with my colleagues for the same reasons, and I vote to deny your request.
Wow.
You have received 3 votes to deny your request. Your request has been denied. You have a good day. This concludes our hearings at Elaine Hunt Correctional.
Wow. So yeah. That's it. That's all. All right, we got a new emoji. We got a golden ticket emoji. We got a golden ticket emoji. If you don't see it, refresh your page. We have a golden ticket emoji. And we're on the final stretch. We're on the final stretch. We're on the last case. We have gotten to our last one. We made it. Now, here we go. Do y'all see the golden ticket emoji in there? We got golden tickets. It's not there. Let me see. Might need to refresh your page. You don't see it? All right, let me see what's going on with my stuff. Oh, it's not there. You're right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's not there. You are right about that. Thank you. Look at me over here thinking it's there. Look at me over here thinking it's there. Why can't I change this thing? All right, never mind. Let me see if I can change it this way. Oh wait, let me see. Maybe no. Damn, I don't know how to do this thing. Oh, better. Okay. Hold on. I think I got it now. No, don't got it. Fuck it. I don't know. Fuck. Excuse me. Oh yeah. I done cursed. Gosh. Thing got me upset. Can I get this at 800? Can I get this at 800?
It's been 30 plus days already. Smiley face.
Oh, shout out to Trace Spectives. She for renewing her membership. It's been 30 plus days already. Wow. Um Trying to figure out why I cannot change this thing. Skill. 1 second. Why does it do this? $800 by 800. All right, you know what? Whatever. We're gonna try to get it like this. Guess this gonna have to do it. Let's replace it. All right, we got a golden ticket in there. Now you can refresh the page and check out the golden ticket. Might have to make some adjustments to it. Yeah, I might have to make it bigger. But I'll do that next time. Yeah, small. All right. Let's get to our last one. All right, yeah. If you want to support this channel, you can hit up the donations at Wabbit Crime Network on PayPal or Cash App. You can hit the donation link at the top of the screen. You can send a super chat. You can join a membership. And Nightbot is putting the direct link to the PayPal in the chat. We are at a parole board hearing. This is the last one of the night. The inmate is at the parole board in front of a panel of judges. And they will decide whether or not they will grant parole after hearing after interviewing the inmate. Before the judges vote, I will put a poll in the chat and ask the audience, do they think the judges will grant parole in this case? Then the poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes. And then I will end the poll and read the results. Then I'll play the judges' results and see if the audience was in line with the judges. I want to thank everybody for participating and spending all this time. All right. Okay. I'll be in the chat until it's time to vote. Yeah, I got to make it bigger. Let me see. Let's go.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We can.
Can you see us? We can't see you anymore.
I have my camera off, but everyone has their camera on.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Roche.
Okay. Good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is reconvened at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We have a revocation hearing for Mr. Justin Rushing. Mr. Rushing, would you give us your full name and your Department of Corrections ID?
Yes, sir. Justin Phillips Rushing. My ID number is 554118.
Thank you, Mr. Rushing. My name is My name is Alvin Roche. I will chair the revocation hearing. With the other members of the panel, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Pearl Wise.
My name is Jim Wise, Committee of Parole.
Thank you. Mr. Rushing, do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you?
No, sir.
Do you remember filling out a parole questionnaire sometime in October of 2019?
Yes, sir.
With the staff at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison, would you look at his file and see if there is a parole questionnaire in his file?
Yes, I'll send for someone to get it.
Okay, good. Until it arrives, Mr. Rushing, I'm just going to review that questionnaire and verify the information, if that's all right with your counsel. Thank you, sir. The first question on the questionnaire, have you been treated for mental illness within the last 5 years? And your answer was?
Sir, oh, you asked me what my answer was?
Yes.
Yes.
And you said it was for bipolar. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Sir.
Okay. Next question, can you read and write? And your
Yes.
answer was yes. Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to speak on your own behalf today?
Yes, sir.
And you also have counsel who will consult with you and advise you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you have an average income of $3,200 a month?
Yes, sir.
And the final question was, do you own property? And the answer was no.
Yes. No.
Is that correct?
Yeah, what, like property as far as land or?
Yes.
No, I don't own any land, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. So basically, we're going to await your questionnaire, get you to verify the signature, and then we will proceed.
Yes, sir.
It's very important that we verify that you actually signed this document and that the information is correct.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roche, I have the questionnaire pulled up and I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Okay. Do you see the questionnaire, Mr. Rushing?
Yes, sir. It's very, very small on the screen of his cell phone.
Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was on October 18, 2019. Is that correct?
2019. Yes, sir.
Okay. The wonders of technology. Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Okay, now we can continue. You're here today, Mr. Rushing, because you have been accused. Officer, we have pulled it up.
He did.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're here today, Mr. Rushing, because You have been accused of violating your supervision.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to read the violations. You have an option to plead guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, not guilty with a statement. Do you understand your options?
Yes, sir.
The first violation, condition number 4, you fail to refrain from engaging in criminal activity as evident by your arrest on October 10th, 2019 for domestic abuse, aggravated assault, felony, and communication, false information, or planned arson, a felony. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
With the statement?
No, sir.
You don't want to make a statement?
No, sir. I wasn't guilty of those crimes, sir. I just.
Okay. I just need to know if you want to plead not guilty or not guilty with a statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not guilty, sir.
Okay. Condition number 5. You fail to refrain from possessing or controlling dangerous weapons as evident by your arrest for domestic abuse, aggravated assault. Your arrest alleged that you had possession of a knife. How do you plead?
Oh, not guilty.
In a not guilty plea, you're saying that you didn't have a knife during the altercation.
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, because you did not want to make a statement, I'm going to start the interview because this case has been assigned to me.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'd like to extend my condolences about your mother.
Yes, sir.
I was sad to hear that she passed in January of this year.
Yes, sir.
How's your wife doing with the birth of your new child?
She's struggling, sir. She's trying to do it all by herself right now, and it's a really, it's just a trying time for our family with the COVID-19 and all the specifics of this ordeal here. So, but she's hanging in there.
Is it a son or a daughter?
It's my first son, sir. His name's Wyatt.
And how old is he?
He'll be I think 3 months on the 13th.
Okay. Now let's get down to brass tacks. I know all the charges have been all processed.
Yes, sir.
And the DA gives a reason: the death of your mother and your family has endured a lot of misfortunes in the last 3 or 4 months.
Yes, sir.
And because of that, the East Baton Rouge Parish District Attorney's Office now processed, and you got a no bill on all the charges.
Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Russian, there was criminal activity. Okay. And to the credit of your attorney, you got a mental health evaluation. And that was a very thorough evaluation of your mental and substance abuse situation. And I read that evaluation in its entirety. And while realizing that something happened in October 2019, it may not have been because you meant to harm anyone. You didn't mean to threaten anyone. The psychiatrist thinks that you were going through a mental health episode and that you were abusing drugs at the same time. And you may have had a break. And we, as members of the Committee on Parole, have an obligation not only to protect public safety, but to help offenders that are really in need of help. So I have a solution to your problem, but I will save that for later. But you have some problems that you must deal with before you can become a productive member of society. As a member of the Committee on Parole, I have an obligation to protect the public interests, your wife, and your newborn child. I am in receipt of a letter from your attorney, Mr. Bruce Unsbeek, and I think he's in agreement with me that you need some assistance. I will let the other members of the committee question you, and then I will let one member of your family make a statement. Then I'll turn the floor over to your attorney, and then you'll make a statement, and then we'll vote.
Yes, sir.
How does that sound?
That sounds awesome. Thank you, sir.
Good. Mr. Jim Wise.
What kind of work you do, Justin?
I'm a welder by trade.
A welder.
Yes, sir.
Is that the kind of work you were doing before you got incarcerated this time?
No, sir. I was in school full time at Baton Rouge Community College.
What was you doing there?
I was studying process technology.
Let me tell you something, Justin. You're a young man. You got a lot ahead of you. You got that baby. You got a family. You got dad support. You got an attorney and everything, which you come up a lot of times. People ain't like it. And I'm gonna tell you, I think the DA was trying to help you as much as you can, but I'm gonna tell you, them favors will run out one of these days. You got to kind of brace yourself and get ready for this old life. It's tough right now. All of us do it, but you can't mix that medication with it. So I'm gonna wait after your dad and them speaks before I make my decision. But I don't have any other question.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Wise.
Justin, I read in the report that that you stated that it never should have escalated to the point where the police was called. So what escalated?
Well, my wife and my mother were both just kind of in a hysterical state, and it just we should have been able to calmly talk about things without things getting so out of hand verbally. In other words, they just got out of hand. We just kind of got in a yelling match at each other, you know?
Okay. And I saw where you were behind on your fees, but when this came around, your family members paid up your fees.
Yes, ma'am.
In preparation for today.
Yeah, oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
The first year that I was on supervised release from parole, I was in a Christian discipleship program, and so it was inpatient. And so for the first year, I was unable to have any income to pay my fees, and my parole officer in St. Tammany, was aware of that was the reason that my fees were in the rear. And, the records can reflect that I was making, extra payments to knock down the delinquent amount. And then when my parole got transferred to East Baton Rouge, Miss Hannah Memnick, told me, I explained her the situation. The reason that I was in the rear is because the first year of my release, I was in the program. And, she told me that, that it was fine, that it wasn't a problem. And, that to just, keep making my payments, and pay extra and knock it down. And so the second that we realized that, that had become an issue, then we wanted to, eliminate it as soon as possible. It wasn't that I couldn't pay or I didn't want to pay. It was just that, for the first year, I was unable to pay. And, I was trying to get started. And so I didn't want to take everything that I had and just, because it was like $1,000,
Okay. All right. That's all I had, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Would Mr. Larry Rushing unmute your mic? Mr. Rushing, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Would you please give us your name and your relationship to the offender?
Sure. It's Larry Rushing. I'm Justin's father.
Okay. Would you please give us your statement?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, I appreciate y'all taking the time to listen to us today. I want just to give you a little background. Y'all know Justin has had some problems with substance abuse. I wanted to let you know that prior to this incident last October, he had been doing very well for over a year, and he had been going to school, and he had been working part-time. He did pizza delivery and some other things like that. And so he was really doing well, and then this event occurred, and obviously we are here today because of that. So I do believe that he is set up now. If he is allowed to be released such that he can support his family, which has obviously the new addition, and it would be good for all of them to be together and to be able to work together so that they can have success in the future. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rushing. Would you please mute your mic?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Counselor, would you like to close things out?
Thank you, Mr. Roche, and members of the committee panel. I really could not have, I can't add, and I agree with everything the panel has said. Mr. Wise's comments, Mr. Roche, your comments, and Ms. Wise, your insightful questions, and Mr. Rushing. I don't think it's any secret that Mr. Rushing has been diagnosed with bipolar, and he's struggled with substance abuse in the past. And the only thing that maybe I'll put in context of that is nothing he's ever done in his life was anything violent. His entire record deals with drug charges and checks or something due to drug stuff. So there's absolutely nothing violent. We got him that evaluation to sort of figure out whether or not he would be a risk. And I think the doctor's recommendations were if he sought the dual diagnosis treatment, and he is set up to be a patient in Capital Area Recovery Services, which is a dual diagnosis facility. And so that is, that is waiting on him if the board, would add those conditions and feel it's appropriate to release him. So other than that, I thank y'all for your time and thank you, Mr. Roche.
Thank you, Counselor. Would you please mute your mic? Mr. Rushing, would you like to make a final statement?
No, sir. I think that yourself and the other board members have, pretty much covered everything. And I mean, y'all read everything, all the facts, and you've had a chance to listen to me and my family. And so I don't want to, mess anything up or take anything away.
Okay, Mr. Rushing, one final question before we make a decision. I read where there was another instance where you threatened to burn the house down in 2014. Is that correct?
Oh, no, sir. That's 2014, burn a house down. I was incarcerated in 2014, so that couldn't have possibly happened.
Okay, but have you ever made a threat to burn a house down before?
Oh, no, sir. No. Now there is.
Thank you, sir. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Roche. There was a report provided to me by the assistant district attorney from that 2014, and it took some time to clear it out, but even in the report, it is a Justin Brett Rushing with a different social security number, different middle name, different driver's license number. Because I didn't even catch it the first time. I asked Justin about it, and he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." I said, "Look, I got a police report," but we were able to verify that is a completely different guy.
Good. I'm glad I cleared that up because you saw the same thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. Is the panel ready to vote? I'm saying denied. That's what I'm saying. Let me start the thing. All right. We got the votes in the chat. I'm saying denied. We got the voters in the chat. The timer has started. Y'all get your votes in. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Questions they was asking him, like bruh. But he had a lot of support and stuff, but I don't know. And then Roche was over there asking him about his son and all that. I was like, oh, he trying to give him some hope. And then he started talking to him some more. I was like, oh man, I think they playing with him. I think they playing with him. And then the other one was like, I want to wait to hear what your father got to say first. Or what I was like, man, why they playing with him, man? So I wouldn't be surprised if they let him go. But I think they might keep him. But it seemed like they was trying to help him, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. We got a minute, 30 seconds left on the clock. If you haven't voted, get your votes in. This is our last case. We'll be ending the live after this. Want to thank everybody for coming out. You are appreciated. I'm gonna need an outro. I gotta get an intro and an outro. Yeah, be working on that. I'm not that good at those yet because I don't really be making no intros and outros. But yeah, I'm liking this content. I'm liking doing this content even more. So like the vibe. But be on the lookout for the premieres, though. The premieres, there won't be no need to vote, so we can just sit down and watch it together. Uh, some interesting cases. And I'm gonna find the interesting ones, the ones, not the boring ones, and put those out for you guys. They'll get better and better as time goes on. We got 10 seconds left. We got 10 seconds left. Make sure you guys check out the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. All right. 3 minutes is up. Time to end the poll. And the poll is ended. We got 15 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 53% said yes. 46% said no. Seems like the voters are pretty much split. The voters are split. Let's see what the judges do. Judges?
Okay.
That's scary.
Mr. Rushing? I understand that you've been away from your family since October. And I fully agree with the recommendations of the mental health report. And I have a communication from your attorney to say the same basic thing. You're in need of assistance. My concern is without treatment, you may be endangering the life of your family. You have a newborn, and I imagine you have other children, and you need to get under control your substance abuse problem. And I'd like to see that done before you're released. I do not want to revoke you. I don't think you need to be revoked. What I think you need is some help with your mental health issues, and especially your substance abuse problems. The state of Louisiana has an excellent program called the Steve Hall Intensive Substance Abuse Program, where Dr. Tucker also deals with mental health issues. My vote today is that in lieu of revocation, you be enrolled in the long-term Steve Hall Intensive Substance Abuse Program. Upon completing that program, you must follow all recommendations, including taking all recommended medication. That is my decision. Mrs. Wise.
My vote is in lieu of revocation as well, that you complete the Steve Hoyle program and follow. And once you get a summary of what they have suggested, what their recommendations are, get a copy to your parole officer, because those recommendations are to become a condition of your supervision. Best wishes to you, sir. But I do find you guilty of number 4 and number 5 based on the documentation that we have in file, based on the police report and statements that were rendered in this case.
Mr. White.
My biggest thing is I think he needs to change a few things. I've just been looking over the case back and forth. I think he needs to change about 3 or 4 things: people, place, and thing. He got to change some of the people he runs with and does stuff with. and get away from those people. I'm in favor of do not revoke and let him go to mental health evaluation before release. But and because Mr. Rocha, I don't know about the mental health aspect. We may have to call somebody. I don't know if they'll take him right now, is what I'm saying, with all this COVID going on. That's the only thing I've been kind of worried about.
Mr. Wise, I've been advised by staff that they are taking offenders into the Steve Hall program, and my concern is for his family, and I'm concerned that if he has another episode in the process of this training, this outpatient, that he will end up in the same predicament he is now. I want to give him all the tools necessary. So
there's about
that's right.
There's about a 5-month waiting list to go to the Stephen Hoyle program, and if y'all revoke me, I'll be out of jail quicker.
Sir,
I'm done talking to y'all.
At this time, I vote to revoke.
Oh my God.
Counselor.
Wow.
Counselor.
What just happened?
At this time, I vote to revoke.
Okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
Counselor.
Yeah, he's refusing to come back.
Wow.
Okay. Officer.
Yes, sir.
I think it would be appropriate at this time to give him a disciplinary write-up for defiance or disobedience.
Yes, sir.
Counselor?
Mr. Rose, I apologize, and to Mr. Wise and Mrs. Wise. And the only thing I'll say is anybody that's ever dealt with any kind of mental health abuse, and I have in my family, is sometimes you have to kind of view their behavior through that prism. And I know he has been anxious and stressed about this hearing a long time in that ways. And so I do apologize on behalf of Justin, and I just ask to please view it through that prism, that I know it's the mental, it's the mental issues he has to solve.
And Counselor, that's the very reason why I want to give him as much ammunition, much treatment before release, because I didn't want this to happen in a family setting and he would end up back in the same predicament.
Would Mr. Wise be able, if the father and I could talk to him about the Steve Hoyle program and sort of, and his wife as well? Would that be amenable rather than revocation?
Sir, let me, would you please mute your mic? Mr. Wise, what is your official vote?
Well, I really, my official vote was going to be to do not revoke and try to give him a chance to get back with his family. But when he did what he did, I don't have no other choice. I mean, we can't let this go on and everybody know it. It's just one of these things that happens. My vote today is to revoke because of his actions.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Mr. Rushing has received 2 votes in lieu of revocation. Complete the Steve Hall program, long-term Steve Hall program, follow all the recommendations of that program, including taking all required medication. He's also received 1 vote to revoke. Based on the vote 2-1, the decision of the Committee on Parole is, in lieu of revocation, he is required to complete the Steve Hall Intensive Substance Abuse Program, the long-term program, and follow all recommendations, including taking all recommended medications. That is the decision of the panel. This completes the
Hey,
hearing for Mr. Justin Rushing.
I do want to
Bruce.
say to the attorney, if at any point when it's time for him to actually be moved to treatment and he refuses to go, he gonna have that opportunity again to actually refuse. He'll be back before another hearing, and it won't look good. So try to get with him, you and his father, y'all get with him, and help him to
Hey,
calm
Bruce.
down and accept it, accept the wisdom of this board. Thank you.
Hey, Bruce. Bruce, unmute your mic.
Sir.
Hey, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
He on this disciplinary write-up, he'll probably get some disciplinary time. But the thing is, you get a chance, or his dad, or one of y'all need to talk to him. He's right at the edge of this thing. He ain't gonna do nothing but build himself up and cause more and more problems for him. I know he don't like long, but he could probably be off from paper. You know what I mean? That's why I said you got to change people, places, and things, and calm down. I mean, this is, he refused to come back to the parole room. I'd have probably talked to him and relieved him, but that's a pretty bad deal,
Yes, sir. And again, I apologize, but I thank you for your advice.
All right, Bruce. Any way I can help you, let me know, babe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This concludes our hearings at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. I want to thank the staff at East Baton Rouge Parish for facilitating this hearing, and our business is complete. We are adjourned for today. The time is 2:22 p.m. Everyone, you have a good day.
Wow. It's crazy. They couldn't take back their vote. Isn't that crazy? They could not take back their vote. I'm sure they wanted to take it back, but they officially put it in the record. They couldn't take it back. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? So that man, yeah, that was an interesting one. That one's gonna make it to a premiere. I'm gonna have to make a short out a piece of that. Did that dude just walk out on his parole board hearing? He hit him with a He hit them with a Oh, well, he got a write-up. I wonder what the write-up does. The more we watch this stuff, the more we'll see more. But look, he didn't get revoked, though. He didn't get revoked. It seems like he was trying to get revoked. He figured that he's going to get out and has to have less stipulations if he got revoked. But they said, no. Right. So he's like, man, revoke me. But they said, no, we're not going to revoke you. Instead, in lieu of revocation, whoever Lou is, man, in lieu of revocation, they about to make him do those classes. You ever hear somebody beg you to revoke them? Gosh. He begged them to revoke him. Well, you can catch the playback, Jamie. And this is one of those, this case particularly is going to make it to a premiere. Because it ended crazy. I know parts of it is going to end up in a short. I know that. Yeah. He got to do the predicate. Oh man, I don't know how, man, I put these words as blocked words. I don't know how I still get through, man. I'm about to find out how this works. I put a list of cuss words as blocked words, and they still be getting through. And I don't know how come. I want them to automatically just block the words. I have to figure out how this works. The write-up as disciplinary time. Go into the box. That's interesting. Well, that wraps it up for tonight. I kept y'all here long enough. I hope y'all guys enjoyed the content. I hope y'all had as much fun as I did watching these cases and learning how this process works. Because this is a learning experience for me as well. Because a lot of this stuff I didn't know how it works, and after doing this for a while, I'm going to be well versed. After doing this for a while, I'm going to be well versed in hearings and stuff. Man, I might be able to be a lawyer. In lieu is instead of, to substitute in place of. So in place of revocation, instead of revocation, we are going to yeah. we are going to subject you to supervision, curfew, a whole bunch of classes so that you don't have no free time, community service whenever you're not doing classes so that you have even no more free time, and random checkups where they can pop up on you at any given time to see what you're doing. Now enjoy freedom. Go ahead out to the free world and enjoy freedom. Like, that's not freedom. That's jail outside. That is jail in the free world, okay? That's like this is you being locked up outside amongst everybody with all these stipulations. You crazy? But I appreciate everybody that came through. This was interesting. We about to get out of here. We talking about marriage? I'm not talking about marriage. Got 2 cases that will have me messed up. Yeah, send them to me. Check them out. Check them out. Hey, now that I'm doing crime content, we gotta do crime content. Some of the content might end up on the main page, depending on the discussion. Cause I dropped the link on the main page. What is that? What is that noise? Oh shoot. Oh shoot. What is this? Locked up outside. With all those stipulations, man, they might as well. You might as well, in jail outside in the free world. You in jail in the free world. I got one more. I got one more on the real. Nah, no, I don't. That was the last one. No, I don't. That was it. That's all. It's better than being around men all day. You know what? You're right about that. You are definitely right about that. It's definitely better than being around men all day. You get to be around your family. You know what? When you consider all that other stuff, it is better than being in jail. It's definitely better than being in jail. But it's pretty much being locked up outside. You rather that than to be locked up inside. So I get it. I get it. It's like you're still in jail, but you get to be out. Yeah, it is better. I did Philately Friday earlier today. Is today Thursday or something? Isn't today Friday? Yeah, I already did that. Been there, done that. We on to the next thing. I'm gonna be doing some content on my other page. Probably be on the WabbitTube network in the morning. Put some more crime content together. Probably do a short parole hearing. Maybe like 4 cases. Probably 5 the most, but something light. So we'll only be there for probably like 2 hours. And then we can do other stuff. You know, I'm managing all these pages now, so you know I'm out here. I'm busy on the tube. Man. So I want to shout out my members. I want to shout out all my members before I get up out of here. We are leaving. I want to give a shout out to all my members. Okay, so so shout out to the members. Shout out to Courtney Peach, Steve A, Trey Spectives, Sunrise 71, Distracting One, Gem's Eye View, Long Live EA, Tesha Z's, Highly Favored, Uncle L, Go Getter, Rally Time TV, Katana, Dana Maria, D Grant, Elif CJ, Kobe Knows, J Dub, Sheila B, Miss Eve, 27 Durin, Thad Tias, It Is What It Is, T, Lovey Star, Roll Rich ENT, Queen of Three, Egon Breeze Block, Nene Faye, Sugar Bear, Lucy, Fats TV, Bree, Top Monster Gaming, Tora Hayes, Mad Max, Sonya B, Draco, Toby Kaiwu, Shorty XO, and Yvonne May. I want to say thank you for everybody for the support, everybody that hit the super chat or the donations, and all the new members, current members, renewed members. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. So you guys have a good night. Thank you for coming out.